Good morning. It's 9:30, and I'm calling to order the meeting, the regular open meeting of the Laguna Woods Board of Directors, and representing a nonprofit organization. And it is Tuesday, September the 13th, 9:30, and I declare we do have a quorum. So I would. Director Ardani can't be with us today, so I'm asking Director Casey to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anybody here from the media? Raise your hand. Don't see anybody. All right, directors, you've had a chance to look at the agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda as written? Director Blackwell, seconded by Director Akrakar. Thank you. Item number 5, approve the minutes for April 9th, 2022 at the regular open session. Are there any corrections, oversights, or deletions or omissions? Seeing none, those minutes are approved. Now, the minutes for August 25th, 2022 agenda prep meeting. Are there any omissions, deletions, or corrections? Seeing none, those minutes are approved. Thank you. Report of the chair. I had a sad experience this week. Someone has been going up and down the laundry rooms and posting this nasty, filthy stuff about a director here. And I'm going to make an issue out of it because it's uncalled for, and as a chair, it's false. I've checked it out as best I could, and it's totally false. So for the residents who are listening here, I went up and down Calle Aragon to all the laundry rooms where this trash was posted, and we tore it out. Now, number one, we agreed years ago when I was running that if you're running for office, when you post in the laundry rooms, your posting should only be an 8x5, not 8x10. So there's a violation right there. And then this post includes 3 of the candidates who are running for director. So we're going to deal with this in closed session. I want to let you know this is uncalled for. It's character assassination, and this director is one of the most active, caring, and involved directors that sits on this board. So that's all I have to say about that. Number 7, open forum. 3 minutes per speaker, and we request that you speak on something that's not on the agenda. When the agenda comes up, then you can speak on that item. Do we have anybody that wants to?
Our first speaker is Chris Collins.
Chris Holland, you have the floor.
Good morning. Chris Collins, 3306Q. Excuse me. I'm here to give you an update on the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village, which is on behalf of residents experiencing temporary emergencies. Help for unexpected curveballs. Sometimes life can throw unexpected curveballs. For example, the recent rise in inflation has upset many budgets. Weather extremes can raise energy costs. Illness can take us off track, or the death of a spouse can change financial stability. Many residents have heard that the foundation can help them when they encounter such hard times. For example, by paying an electric bill, getting a new medication that's not covered by health insurance, providing grocery cards, or securing help after a hospital stay. While temporary, the foundation can help make a difference, i.e., deflect that curveball. Here are some examples of the temporary help recently provided, as well as guidance on how to request this assistance. The Foundation of Laguna Woods Village supported a resident who had lived in the village for over a decade, cover the cost of the electric bill when it was at risk of being shut off. This resident has a history of financial stability, but she lost her job during the pandemic and was having difficulty keeping up with the bills. Another resident on a fixed income was diagnosed with a chronic illness and needed transportation as well as supervision during treatments. The foundation assisted her with financing a temporary caregiver who provided these services. And the third example is an unexpected health emergency required a resident to be transported to the hospital by ambulance. This resident lives on a fixed income and received an ambulance bill, which caused her to struggle to pay her other monthly bills. The foundation assisted by paying for the ambulance. How can a resident request such an assistance? The resident only has to go to the social services, which is located in the rear of the community center on the first floor. Trained staff can also be reached at 949-597-4267. And these folks will explain how to qualify for such temporary emergency assistance. Privacy is ensured and all requests are kept absolutely confidential. If financial assistance is provided, the foundation pays the bill directly for the resident. With Village Social Services, the Foundation of Laguna Woods works to ensure access to temporary help when finances become tight. For more information about how the foundation achieves its motto, which is Neighbors Helping Neighbors, or to make a donation, please go to our website, which is foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, do we have anybody else?
Our next speaker is Catherine Bryans.
Catherine, you have the floor.
Good morning, and do I get the whole floor or just this part? All of it? I find myself in a difficult position.
You're out of order, Director Torn. I'll silence you if you do this again. You have the floor. I apologize.
Thank you.
I don't have the minute number.
Paul, would you mute him, please, until we get this over with? I'm sorry again, please.
It's okay. I hate to be here myself. Closed meeting information has been leaked by directors, which is an absolute violation of their fiduciary responsibility, which all directors pledge upon election. The anti-harassment policy that you have before you today has never been more relevant. Please pass that policy. The board should condemn these actions publicly, which your president has done, and proceed with disciplinary action against the accusers. Even the suggestion that United Mutual become a de facto bank makes me shudder. This is not the board's job in any way to provide financing. Sad, yes, that we lost our lender, but people have not stopped buying. Members of this board have been ignored and are obstructing legal advice from the shareholders that we pay for, from attorneys. Mr. Beaumont needs to speak to the stock shareholders on the matter of individual directors overriding the board. My faith in this board is at serious risk, and my investment in this community is at risk when the board is in such disarray. The old adage about don't let a few rotten apples poison the whole box is very appropriate here. And by closing, I want to say I support Diane Casey, and I voted for her.
Thank you very much.
You didn't mention the manner number.
Paul?
The last open speaker will be Director Skillman.
Welcome, Juanita. You have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you. I'm speaking to the board, but in truth, I'm really speaking to all of the residents that hopefully are watching this on television today. We are in the middle of an election. We have 2 more weeks. You have your ballots. If you put it aside, please pull it out and vote. There are 3 parts to it. You have your ballot. Your ballot goes in an inner envelope that is sealed, and then it goes in this pink envelope. And please read the back. The back of the envelope has to be signed, or it is not counted. It is discarded immediately. We've had in the past up to 500 ballots that were not counted because people didn't sign the back of the envelope. You don't sign the ballot, you don't sign the interior envelope, you sign the pink envelope on the back. It's postage paid if you want to drop it in the mail, and we have a box in the lobby if you want to bring it by. And lastly, I would like to thank and support President Laboratory for his remarks, because attacks against candidates is unacceptable. If you want to campaign, you campaign positively for what you can do if you are elected. You don't character assassinate and take down another director. Thank you.
Thank you, Juanita.
There are no more member comments at this time.
Thank you, Paul. And number 8, in response to open forum speakers. Let's go around the board. Anybody? No response to open speakers. Okay. And now, item number 9. We get a report from our representative on the VMS board. I want everybody to know now it's election time again, and we have to think about who United wants to send to VMS, okay? And our report today is from Director Manny Robledo. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. Pleasure to be here. We at VMS have been working, for those who don't know VMS in the audience, VMS is the eyes, ears, and feet and hands of the United Boards, GRF. They kind of implement the policies that are set here, and kind of like the property manager. So in that role, I'm going to go over a few accomplishments. Next slide, please, that have occurred in the year to date. So starting with the management, with our former CEO leaving, Ms. Foster has taken the opportunity, along with the board's concurrence, to restructure her team. And by the promotion of Carlos Rojas and Catherine Lassiter, that's been very effective, and we're seeing good results from that. And also through recruitment efforts, brought in a couple of directors, Mr. Carroll and Mr. Nunez, that have filled out her team, and things are functioning properly at the director level, and we have very competent staff, so I'm happy to report that. One of the fruits of that change is we had a right-sizing study done for the fleet that we carry, looking at criteria for replacement of vehicles versus just fixing them forever, and also, for example, if a job can be done with a smaller truck that only costs less than $50,000, no need getting an F-150 that would cost more like $75,000. So that was presented to in an open session to our VMS board, but also to all the members who attended the meeting. So that's good news. And I would like to say something. These are all excellent accomplishments in my mind, but I would like to acknowledge that there's still work to do in the area. You know, there's a couple of areas that we have focus on would be good communication with the residents, and also manor alterations, expediting manor alterations. But having said that, it's nice to report the good news that we're experiencing at VMS. The Human Resources Department, I think through the email blast, we've noticed that through breaking up full-time positions into part-time positions and allowing the residents to apply for those positions, we've been able to open the facilities more, extend hours, and actually open whole clubhouses. For example, the recreation leader and the community center attendant positions are now being filled by some of our residents who want some employment, and we need good workers, so it's a good fit for the community. Also, human resources in that area, risk is one of the things handled by human resources. So safety, we have employees trimming trees and doing a lot of physical labor, and safety, attention to safety does pay big dividends. It not only is good for morale, people go home at night, without injury, but also in the area of workers' comp and keeping our expenses down. It's money well spent. So that was a good addition. Next slide, please. Okay. In landscaping, VMS staff did take action to approach fish and wildlife for the creek. There were some protected plants or vegetation that was preventing the water flow, so they did get approval to remove those, and that's going to help keep things moving and reduce the stagnant water in the creek. Next slide, please. In the resident services area, the satisfaction survey is done for every communication through the call center and also for anything done by maintenance. And for those two areas, we're doing very well. It's 4.56 stars out of 5. And I would agree with that assessment, especially for the maintenance. That anecdotally, what I've experienced is those are very good marks, but I think they're deserved. I mentioned earlier the communication with residents. Part of the strategic plan is to develop a comprehensive communication plan that would address some deficiencies. But for the surveys that are being done, we're getting very good marks. Security, our security department worked with the sheriff's department to apprehend the thief for the golf carts, which was a big accomplishment. And I actually witnessed, there was a lot of commotion in the Starbucks parking lot, and it was our security staff working with the sheriffs to apprehend them, which was good news. It makes us feel safer in knowing that there's not a known criminal on the loose. Water conservation, there was a change made at the gardening to turn off the valves when no one's there to prevent theft and wasting of water. Next slide. So at the Equestrian Center, there's a new border services program that's self-funding, and it's appreciated by the residents boarding horses there. They can use the service to do the exercise in the horses and taking care of the horses. And it actually generates about $15,000 of revenue, so it's positive cash flow. Financial services, there's a new audit program, internal audit program going in. Internal audit is different than auditing of our financials that's done by an independent third party. The internal audit is ensuring that the policies and procedures passed by the boards are being followed within the staff. So there's a designated person aside from the management that goes through and audits work practices and workflow to make sure that policies and procedures are being followed. So that's a good addition. Information systems, to help expedite the resale process, it's all been digitized now. So escrow offices and our staff don't have to be handling a bunch of paper. And I think it does flow through to the approval of the boards. Is that right? Okay, next slide, please. Media and communication. We now have 7 docents that expand the program. Full day in-class training, full docent led by a senior docent, and there's shadowing opportunity for new volunteers. We have a lot of visitors to the village, so this is a very good program that we have for PR and to make it known what a good place Laguna Woods is to live. Finally, social services, for the clinical staff that we have assisting our residents, they are going through foundational competency training, and they're going to receive a certificate for that training. We want the people interacting with our residents to be competent and be of assistance to them and provide help. So that's a quick update on what's going on at VMS, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Yes?
Yeah, I have a question. So you mentioned on the digitized and automated resales, did you say that the board is not going to be approving those anymore?
No, I think it goes to the board in a digital form, but I'd let our CEO comment on that.
Yeah, we're still involved, right?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's not automated approval. It's so you don't get a stack of paper, you get a digital file. But I'm
Kind of what we
reporting
get
on
now.
it, but maybe she can elaborate.
The purpose here was to reduce the time, and as you are aware, we've reduced the time from an average of 32 days to about 25 days. So we're making strides in lessening the time frame.
Okay, great.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize, but I couldn't keep track of where you were.
Okay. Do you have a question? Oh,
Well, what were you reading on? Because I couldn't.
It's not
find it.
here. It's
not
not
here?
here, no. It's there,
Oh,
another
I see.
paper.
It's over there. Thank
Yeah.
you.
it was on the screen.
Okay, yeah, I got that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Director Torn, you have the floor.
Yes, follow up on the digitizing. Is it a digital copy of the work request as we used to be of all the data, or is that a database, digital data in the system? There's a big difference. Digital copy, you don't have the data in the system. Okay, still we don't have a tracking system. If that's the case, I don't know why we're going there. That's really 70s technology. Okay, this is 2020.
Director
We should
Torn,
be
is
able
there
to-
a question? Is there a question coming
Yeah.
from
Yes.
Director
My
Moblito?
question is whether it's a digitized copy or digitized the database. Okay, that we need to clarify. Digitize the copy is a waste of time. Okay. Second is the customer satisfaction survey 4.56. Great. Okay. But I'm looking at customer complaint, especially the quality complaint. That's really the satisfaction measurement. Do we have anything like that? Okay. All these accomplishments, or talk about accomplishments. Do we have any money saving accomplishments? I know we can put on anything that's expensive, but does that save us money? All right. There's no need to put on something that looks great, but doesn't save us any money at all. Okay. We're here to watch the money. So we want to know what are the money saving for each of these accomplishments. Thank you very much.
Well, I think.
Thank you, Director Torn. Manuel Robledo, you have the floor.
I think there are money savings. For example, the fleet right sizing and the equestrian. There are concrete dollars, but a lot of these things go to doing our job better. So there are both qualitative and quantitative improvements. For example, someone selling their home, I think it's an improvement moving from X number of days. What were the days?
32 to 25.
Moving 32 to 25. So even though it may be 70s technology, and I don't know, I don't believe it was an automated workflow. I think, as Director Casey mentioned, it still comes to you, but it comes to you in the electronic format. You don't have to have it mailed or shipped, or it just gets around faster. I think with the new comprehensive financial system, it may the workflow process may be automated, where now it'll come to you in an approval screen, so you just click on it, and as Director Torrance said, that is the state of the art, is to get it the approval process in the workflow. But I think to answer the question, I think they're both money savings and improved quality.
Lenny? Director Ross?
Two questions, real brief. Is the digital information that's coming from the escrow companies for new applications, is that going to be supplied digitally or on paper? Because right now, it's currently supplied in a big, thick application that they send to the HOA. Is that going to be changed in the
Yes,
future?
that is the
or
intent.
It's already changed.
As Director Robledo just said, that is the intent with the new system, yes.
Okay. And then the second question is regarding the fleets. That's great that we're going to save $600,000 over the next 4 years by right sizing. There was one other area with fleets that we were supposed to study, and that's the idea of using more used vehicles instead of buying new vehicles.
That was
So-
part of it. In addition to the criteria for replacement, they're changing the purchasing policy to allow used vehicles, good quality used vehicles with criteria so that we don't get junk, but and acknowledging that you can save, a significant amount of depreciation by picking up, especially trucks. Trucks tend to last, so that is part of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Director Ascari, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned about the communication with the residents. What is the plan to have a better communication? What's the strategy with the residents, especially people in the front row in the community center when for the first time resident comes? Or they knows all the laws, or they knows how the procedure is, because maybe they go and talk to the person and then get different answer from the reality. One of the things that I would love to see is people that the first, as I call it, first row in the contact with the resident, be knowledgeable, or if they don't have it, directly send it to the person, or at least one knowledgeable person be there. They said, I don't know, but you can ask Mr. or Mrs. this right there. So in that case, they inform in the right direction. That's my suggestion is, and I hope this bring a little bit tension down from residents when they going to the different department that not talk to them.
Well, thank you. I think that goes to training, and
yes, training.
I think there is an extensive training program for the call center. It's a combination call center and walk-in. And I do have people complaining to me, unsolicited. I don't see complaints, and then I have my own experience. And as a resident here, I know when I get in front of somebody, I'm proud of the staff. They're very competent. They know what to do. They know how to do it. I think this frustration that I've heard about and I've experienced is when maybe you send an email, or maybe you're calling and you can't get through, and then you hang up, you have to call back. That's the kind of thing, the resident contact that needs improvement. And I know as a board, we are making that a priority for the staff to do that. For example, if something comes into resident services that is not resident services, maybe it has to do with a broken washer or a pothole or something. I've seen that the work gets done, but it was not resident services, so it got handed off. So there may be some kind of communication improvement needed in the feedback loop and acknowledgement of, yes, we know about it, yes, you're in line, and that would prevent additional phone calls for the same issue. So I think those are some of the things that are going to be addressed in the communication plan, and I know it's a priority of Ms. Foster as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Siobhan, for taking care of that. Thank you.
All right, no other questions for Director Robledo. Thank you very much for that report.
Thank you.
I believe
Can
Director
I ask
Thorne.
a follow-up question?
No, it's over. You missed your opportunity. It's over. We're moving on to number 10. Report from the CEO. Siobhan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of the board. This morning I wanted to touch on the organics recycling program and some other solid waste collection programs that are available to our residents. As you will remember, the state law that requires organics recycling requires 75% reduction in waste disposal of organics by 2025. And the City of Laguna Woods is tasked with measuring organic recycling activity to keep the designated containers free of prohibited items. And a route is considered non-compliant when the sampled weight of prohibited waste exceeds 25% of the total sample. So we have the initial sampling results from the first round of organics recycling, and we found that 4 of 5 village routes were in compliance. So we want to thank our residents for taking organics recycling seriously and for their commitment. One trash route, however, was found to be non-compliant, and again, that's a trash route, because it contained 28% organic waste. So it exceeds the limit by 3%. And what was in that organic waste was mostly yard clippings and garden waste. So we're encouraging our residents to use the Friday Yard Clippings Pickup Program to help solve this challenge. And as a reminder, Friday Yard Clippings, the pickup program, is available by calling Resident Services or emailing Resident Services by Thursday noon. And then you are asked to place your yard clippings close to the curb on Thursday evening, and the clippings and garden waste will be picked up by our landscaping staff on Fridays. Also, another organic recycling tip, we'd like our residents to remember to please not place plastic bags in the organics recycling carts. Compostable bags, paper bags, and newspapers are acceptable. Compostable bags are available on many websites, Amazon.com, HomeDepot.com, and in stores in the area. The bags degrade to humus, CO2, and water within 180 days. And use of the compostable bags simplifies the organics recycling process and helps keep the organic carts cleaner and reduce odors. I do want to touch also on the improved bulky item program that is now part of our system, and that is that residents may dispose of unwanted items weekly now. There is no need to call resident services. The pickup day is based on your zone, which is determined by your building number. And we ask that bulky items be placed where you normally place your trash between 7 p.m. the night before and 8 a.m. on collection day. Accepted items are furniture, electronic waste, mattresses, and home appliances. To find your collection day, there is a chart available on the website. You go to lagunawoodsvillage.com and then follow the path residents, resident services, and then scroll down to trash, recycling, and bulky item pickup in the village. And that will give you the day of your pickup for your weekly bulky item pickup. And lastly, the city also offers free pickups for household hazardous waste. You can schedule a door-to-door collection of household hazardous waste as needed. And again, the service is free. This is provided through the city by WM Curbside, the city's contractor. And you can arrange for the household hazardous waste collection pickup by calling WM Curbside at 1-800-449-7587. Again, that's 1-800-449-7587 for curbside pickup of household hazardous waste. And the type of materials that are picked up include paint products, household cleaners, fluorescent tubes and compact fluorescent lamps, and miscellaneous materials such as batteries, empty propane tanks, and so forth. So that is my update for this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siobhan. And let's
Mr.
move on now to
Mr.
item.
President, can I add some?
Yeah.
Thank you, Siobhan, for the beautiful list that you gave. And I wanted to add something. I bought from 99 cents a bucket, and I put all of things there without any things. And then every night when I go for my walk, I just dump it in that one. Doesn't need it. Just as an option for that. It's just a bucket. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. Now, there was confusion at the last meeting about this consent calendar thing because of the way the heading is on here. But let me remind you, Article 13, Section 2 of our bylaw says that the parliamentary authority is Robert's Rules. And here it is from the 12th edition, Section 41:32, page 343. Assemblies that have heavy workloads may find a consent calendar a useful tool for disposing of such items. So yes, the consent calendar can be motioned by a board to approve it forthwith. But if the board does not want to do that, wants to pick things off, they're eligible to do that. So there we go with the consent calendar. It can be approved with a fell swoop vote. But this board in the past has always chose to pick things off and put it either unfinished business, or they can refer it back to a committee. So board, look over this consent calendar and let me know what you think. Director Blackwell.
I approve.
I second.
So the motion to approve the consent calendar as written has been motioned by Director Blackwell and approved by Director Diane Casey. Any further discussion on the consent calendar? So hearing none, then let's take the vote. All in favor of approving the consent calendar as written, please raise your hand. And those, are we going to have the voting? We're going to try to do it now with our little computer thing here. Is that what we're doing, Paul? Yes. Okay.
What we should do?
All right, so on your monitor, directors, you can say that there's the motion, and if you approve it or whatever, let us know. We'll count. We'll get a count and look into the archives.
It's not here yet. There we go.
Okay, so please vote.
Director Torn, what is your vote?
Doesn't seem to be accepting it.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
but I'm muted.
It says something about amend the motion? What that is?
Don't do that.
Huh?
No, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent calendar as written. It's been seconded by the Director Casey, and now we're
Diane.
voting. What's the vote?
Diane.
Oh. Okay, so I'm already done.
So Director Nardani's not here.
Right.
Director Bastani's not here. So what's the vote, Paul? Let's announce the vote. What's it say?
It's 8-0.
All right, the vote passed 8-0.
Okay, so the consent calendar, thank you very much, has been approved and passed. Now let's go on to unfinished business. The anti-harassment, anti-abuse policy. Board, we have to do something with this. This is crazy. And if we have to do something, and we have to be with the other boards. So
Would you like me to read it?
Director Blackwell, will you take the lead?
All right, I'll read it. Interboard Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Policy and Charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee. Whereas the Board of Directors of United Laguna Woods Mutual, Golden Rain Foundation, and Third Laguna Woods Mutual require a clear and consistent policy to address claims of harassment, abuse, and intimidation by directors to staff of village management services, fellow directors and residents, as well as claims involving harassment, abuse, and intimidation of residents by residents to staff of VMS, directors, and other residents. So it's all relationships are covered in this board. Okay, whereas this anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy is intended to provide guidance relative to such behavior
and issue a mechanism for addressing the same by the Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, Anti-Intimidation Joint Hearing Body Committee. And whereas this policy is being adopted by the Board of Directors of United, GRF, and Third in the exercise of their respective duties to maintain, protect, and enhance the value and desirability of Laguna Woods Village and the interests of all its members. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy and charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
I second.
Director Blackwell has moved the resolution, and Director Casey has seconded. And do we have any discussion? Director Kash-Akrakar, you have the floor.
On page 7 of 16, you have staff, item number 7. You say staff, instead of will, they cut it and put may. That word should be shall, not may. Page 7 of 16. Page 7 of 16. Item number 7, B2. The word staff will is removed and may is placed. Instead of may, it should be shall.
If I could address that, the reason it was changed to may is because of the option to call the sheriff's department instead. They are encouraged to either call the security department or the sheriff's department based on the severity of the situation.
Anybody else?
Lenny.
Director Ross.
Yeah, I thought we already voted against. I thought last month, I thought we voted against going forward with this, unless there's been some other changes to this anti-harassment policy to consider, then I don't know why it's just keeps coming back up again. And so if it does that mean that we can bring up anything that we vote down, just continue to bring it up again and again until it passes? I just don't understand the process here.
I would like to address that, please.
Yeah.
At your last meeting, August 9th, a motion was made to introduce the proposed policy. The vote was a 5-5 tie, which meant it did not advance. In August, Third and GRF did introduce the proposed policy. After the August meetings, the presidents, who are the impetus behind this policy, met to consider, again, all the comments made by all board members, not just this board, and made some changes to the proposed policy. That is why you now have red line versions of the proposed policy, the proposed charter, and the proposed flow chart in your packet. These document the changes that were made, and now it is being brought forward for reintroduction if this board should choose to do so and follow suit by Third and GRF, excuse me.
I would just say I would like to have a chance to review it with the changes that were made before we vote yes or no. That's my only request.
Well, you've had this packet, so you can't stall it. Director Blackwell.
This is unfinished business, okay? We have gone through it. You can see the red lines are very few, but they are there. They are important, and the presidents and so on have thought they should be brought again before the board because of these changes. There are less than a dozen red lines here. If you read it while I'm speaking, you will have the gist of it, I think. Thank you. Diane Casey.
Director Casey, you have the floor.
Okay, yes, this is up for a 28-day review. So, I mean, you still have 28 days to read it and come back next time and tell us what you think.
Excellent point.
No, okay.
Okay.
Oh, yes, it does say yes.
Any more discussion on this? Director Ascari.
Thank you. I wanted to know, Shibun, that comparing this one to the last one that you brought it, this red one was there. So what is exactly changing to the last one that you bring it again? That's what I think Director Ross asked. All I can see, the last one, we had a monetary list here that was taking off without any changes, which I wanted actually to see that monetary because the fine is from $25 to $500. The range is so big. We wanted to see that one here, what's going on the first, second, third, or whatever. I appreciate if you say, because we voted on that one last month, and is exactly the same, bring it again.
I will draw your attention, starting with the policy on page 7 of 16. Section 7, Director Akrakar pointed out the change of the word from shall to may. That is, again, section 7 on page 7 of 16. If you go down to section 8 on that same page, no further action will be taken on an item that is determined not to meet the criteria of the policy. It previously referred it back to compliance for further action if necessary. So that has been taken out. If you look on page 8 of 16, under section 10, we changed the word to any committee members. And then on page 9 of 16, the attachments for reference have been deleted. The discussion at our last meeting centered on the fact that each case is going to be considered on its own merits, so there is no point in attaching any materials for reference. If you go to the policy on page 12 of 16, again, the same change was made here under section 3, subsection A, subsection 2, where the word to is removed and any is added. And then these same changes that I just described are reflected in the flow chart, which is attachment 2 to your packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. Is there any more discussion about this? Director Cash Akrakar.
On page 9 of 16, these were references only. Why delete that?
The presidents, when they met, felt that it was beneficial to just remove them. They were only attached for reference, so that the understanding would be that each case is considered on its own merits.
Thank you. Director Blackwell.
Yes, we need this policy passed. We have currently 3 different policies by different boards. That means if you cross the street, if the incident happens across the street in Gate 5, it can be handled by third instead of united, even if one of the residents is united and the other one is in third. Where does it go then? Does it go to united or third? Well, this is what covers this. This makes the harassment policy and all of this is uniform throughout the village, even on GRF territory. And that is the benefit and purpose of having this. And then the boards, the representatives are from each board on the committee. It isn't like it's all third or all GRF. So this makes it uniform throughout the village. It's just a natural thing that should happen because we move without borders within the village. And so we should have the same rules and procedures for this throughout the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Casey.
I just want to say, that monetary policy, that just goes for everything. It's just a monetary policy that has been instituted for penalties, and it really shouldn't have been attached to this 6-page policy.
Okay, thank you, Director Casey. Are we ready for the vote?
Yeah.
Director Ross.
Can I speak? My hands has been up.
Oh, I don't see your hand up. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Question.
Somebody needs to let me know.
Director Torn.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, We have where is the meeting minutes of the new version from the president's meeting or GIF meeting? I don't understand it. There need to be some discussion, why they made these changes and why do you think their alternative considerations are eliminated? Okay, that's what we are going through right now. We are going through their discussion right now, which should be presented to us. Okay, this wastes our time. Can we have a separate meeting, put it aside, and have a separate meeting, talk about these issues, and then determine whether it's worth bringing back? I read it, and I felt it's just really very cosmetic changes. There is nothing new changes, in my opinion. Okay, so it is very important that we need to be informed and really consider it in a separate meeting. And I would move this one to the separate meeting to discuss this issue here. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torrent. I have to speak up on this. This is nonsense. It's a delay tactic. As Director Diane Casey said, this is for 28-day review. Is that correct? Correct. Yes. So we got to move this forward, and we have to have a harassment policy. I'm telling you that. And you can dance this all you want, but I'm not going to let it be delayed. So we can talk, and we have more debate, but we're going to do something here today.
Wait.
Paul.
We do actually have a member comment. You're ready.
Oh, wait, I'm not done with the directors yet.
Oh. Lenny's fourth time.
Director Ross.
Yeah, on page 7, number Roman numeral 8, B, I, it seems like someone crossed out that Compliance Division reviews claim for other possible governing document violations. And the same elimination of that same rule was on the next page, on page 8, number 9C, where, again, governing documents, violations, and initiatives, enforcements were taken out. It's as if just the legal reviews this and has nothing to do with our governing documents. I just find that hard to understand why governing documents was removed in both of those cases.
I would be happy to respond to that.
Okay.
This was raised by one of the other boards. As it was previously written, if a harassment claim came in and it was determined after investigation and review not to meet the level of harassment, it was going to be referred back to the Compliance Division to look for any other violations of the governing documents. The thought was, it's a harassment concern, let's end it there if there is nothing to substantiate it. So this was viewed as a favorable change.
Thank you, Siobhan. So I'm going to go to the residents. Director Ascari, this is the last from the board now. We're getting redundant here. Go ahead.
In page 8 of 16, it said when respondent is board member or advisor, any committee members from Dependents Board do not participate in hearing. 4 committee members from other boards hear and render decision on case. And what is the main reason for not be or the whole committee be? Because, for example, I don't know what is going on GRF. If somebody comes from GRF, I can hear, but the deep what's going on in GRF is somebody in GRF knows what's going on. And they can explain better rather than we push back GRF and then say other people be here, united and third decide for GRF. That's number 1. And number 2, is it the same for, they said board member, is it for any residents as well? If the residents be for united, other people should decide it? It's kind of confusing.
If it is a board member, the hearing board, the members of that respective board would not participate. That gives the board member, or the advisor, I should have said, the ability to appeal to their respective board and be heard by the full board. That is the purpose of that. And then if it's a resident, the residents concern is heard by the full joint hearing board. There is no removal of any of the board members. It's the full board.
And again, you said the president decided to take this attachment off. Did you mention, did I hear correctly?
There's a working group that has been behind this, working with Attorney Beaumont for several months. That working group consists of the presidents of both mutuals and GRF, as well as the VMS chair. That is the working group working with Jeffrey Beaumont on this item.
Because I want to see that monetary. Is not to right to take it away.
Director Ascari, are you finished? Let's hear from the residents, our bosses.
Okay.
Paul?
We have Kathy Schill.
Kathy, you have the floor.
I especially wanted to speak on this item today. I first became aware of this problem about a year ago when I found out how some of the staff was being treated by directors, United directors at that. And I was, first of all, appalled and embarrassed. And I immediately inquired as to what was being done. And I understood people were working on this problem through the process that Ms. Foster just described. So I followed this process. The other boards have hashed through this, brought very cogent, made very cogent arguments, brought their concerns forward. I thought arrived at a reasonable conclusion. These are not new concepts. All of us, when we were working, were provided protections by these anti-harassment, anti-discrimination laws. And we all had that protection. Why would we want to deny that out of hubris or ego or whatever is happening here? I have no idea. So I'm asking you, please pass this today. It's only a level playing field for everyone who works here, lives here, passes through here, in any way, shape, or form. And I just want to point out the next step that will happen if you don't get it together and pass this is someone will sue you. They will sue United because Third, VMS, GRF have all come to what is considered a reasonable approach to these problems. And I just want to remind you, your D&O insurance does not cover you if you are acting outside what's the common good and what's been agreed upon in the community.
Could you remind us of what E&O is, please?
Oh, directors and officers of insurance that protects you against misconduct. Well, it does when something is done innocently or when you're trying to do the best effort for the community. It does not protect you when you are working outside federal laws, federal norms, in the community, things that are considered common good and practice. All right, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul?
Let's vote.
No further comments.
Okay. Comments are over. Are we ready for the vote? All right. All in favor of the resolution as put forward and seconded, please raise your hand.
No, we're going this
Is it?
one or raise hand?
What?
On the screen, Anthony.
Oh, we're voting on the screen. I'm sorry. All right, I can't see it on my screen. Does everybody have it on their screen for vote? I don't have it on mine.
Here, Anthony,
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please?
do you want yes or no? What do you,
Oh,
where?
I can't even see it.
Anthony, yes?
I think you're hitting the wrong one.
Finger, use your finger.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir?
Right there, you got it, you got it.
I vote no.
Thank you.
Oh, the greens, okay. I see.
Director Ross, can we have your vote on your screen, please?
Can we see the vote screen?
Can we see the vote screen? Oh, he said he abstained, but it's coming up no. Oh, it is. Oh, it's coming up. Okay.
All right, Paul, can you help me here and announce the vote?
Sorry, give me 1 second, please. Sorry. So we have a yes vote 6 and nay of 3. The motion passed.
6 and 3?
Yes.
All right, it passes. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's move on to 12B, the strategic plan. Again, the strategic plan is being worked on, but we're trying to, I don't know the expression, the strategic plan should belong, as default is the business plan, and then the master plan. And then in there comes your strategic plan. The master plan is a long-term plan, say 15, 20 years, and the strategic plan should be a 3 or 4 year thing and then be revised. So we're in the process of doing that, and Director Scar has been very helpful with doing this. Do you have anything to add to that, Director Scar?
No, we didn't have, after the first and second, we didn't have the third one to follow up, and I am asking if it is possible, definitely for next month, we have another one to follow up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Director Scar will arrange that. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to 12C. Discuss and consider operating deficit transfer, September initial solicitation, 28
What is
days.
the paper for this? It's not in the package.
It was an amendment.
Please,
Oh,
let's come to
is
order.
anybody
I'm
has
running the
it?
meeting. Let's
Well, I
come to
don't
order.
have it.
Even
Go ahead, you've got the floor. Please pay attention.
Thank you, President, majority members of the board. So staff's here to recommend the approval of a $241,330 transfer from the contingency fund to the operating fund due to the.
Sorry, I can't hear it at all. I'm
You're
sorry,
out
I
of
can't hear it at all.
order. You're out of order. Paul, mute him.
He cannot hear. Stop. This is a bully.
So I'll go ahead and repeat myself just for the audience in case they did not hear. So staff recommends the approval of a $241,238 transfer from the contingency fund to the operating fund due to the operating fund deficit in 2021. So
Could you tell me where this is, please?
this is 12C.
12C.
No, there is no 12C there.
There's nothing for it?
Yeah, there is a paper, but they give it to some people, apparently.
Yeah, I pulled it from the song law. So I'll go ahead and continue if I may. So from a background perspective, so every year when there is an operating fund surplus, so what ultimately happens is the California Civil Code requires any operating surplus to be transferred out of the operating fund and to be used for to lower future assessments. So, and that's what's typically been done. It's been done across all three mutuals. However, there's no explicit guidance in Civil Code to handle deficits. So for the past 2 years, you've been in a deficit position. And ultimately, what that means is your operating fund, your available cash at the end of the year, continues to go down every single year. So simply what we're asking here is to be consistent in the approach between a surplus and a deficit. So once again, last year you had ended the year with a deficit of $241,000. So we're asking a transfer from the contingency fund back into the operating fund. And that concludes my report.
Director Casey?
So recently, I just signed on a transfer, and that had to do with money that was paid out of.
Director Casey, can you turn on your mic? Thank you.
Recently, I just signed on a transfer that was money paid out of operating to cover reserve expenditures. And so is that something similar that could have happened in the prior years? I mean, that,
So I believe what you're referring to is reverse. You approved a transfer to go from the reserve fund to pay to the operating fund.
Mhm.
So ultimately, you'll be doing that every single month. So that is independent of this. That transaction specifically was when you pay for payroll on a monthly basis, it's paid out of operating,
Mhm.
but it's affected also by the reserve because there's reserve expenditures.
yeah, it's the
So-
same. It's the same thing.
Correct.
I'm saying the same thing, because did we pay out of operating for things that were related to reserves, and that caused us to have a negative?
No. So this is every year when we complete the budgets,
Yeah.
we anticipate revenues equal expenses. So you end the year at a zero. That's the ideal circumstance.
Mhm.
So in 2021, you ended in a deficit, meaning you had more expenses than revenues.
Yeah, but was
So-
that compensation for things that were related to reserves?
No, not at all, actually. So this was
You worked all that
strict-
out like you did with this last transfer?
So this was completely with regards to the operating statement, operating fund, excuse me, entirely.
Okay.
So once again, every year when there's a surplus, we take that money and move it into the contingency fund.
Mhm.
So this is just the reverse. So last year you ended in a deficit, so we're asking to pull money from the contingency fund into the operating fund.
Okay. I can just say I trust you.
Sure, so but it's completely independent of the reserve. It has nothing to do with the reserve fund.
Nothing to do with expenditures in the operating that were for reserves.
Correct, correct. It's entirely
Okay,
enclosed
you
within
worked
the
that
operating
out? You already did that transfer?
fund. It's independent of that, correct.
Okay, all right.
Director Blackwell.
I move that we approve the transfer of 241,238 from the I move that we move 241,238 transfer from the contingency fund to the operating fund due to the operating fund deficit in 2021.
We have a motion by Director Blackwell. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
It's seconded by Dan Casey. Do we want to discuss it? Director Ascari.
Thank you. This motion, this information came last month, and we tabled it to discuss. I went to your office, and we discussed. And I remember there was a difference between what I found and what you explained.
Correct.
And it was about 24,000. And you mentioned, I will get back to you. And I have never received any response after that. Why this comes again before we clear?
Sure.
And I emailed you a few days ago.
Sure.
Correct, on the 9th. So correct. So with the 24,000 that we're reconciling has to do with the reserve. It has nothing, like we discussed in the meeting in my office, it has nothing to do with the operating.
No, it was. It was, we went together, and I am asking directors, wait, I am not saying it's not correct. I said it's not clear for me. And if you, I highly recommend it, we're not voting on that or just table again. We discuss about reserve, we discuss about operating, and at the end, you write down a note. You write down a note and said, I will get back to you, and I never received any information after that. So I highly recommend it. We stop this one until it's nothing happened. If next month, maybe everything is correct. I don't know. I wanted residents and director knows that we should stop this one.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Any other?
Casey?
Director Casey?
This is also on a 28-day review.
It doesn't matter. We can
You don't
wait
have
for
the
next
floor.
month.
Director Casey has the
28-day
floor.
review, and so if you've got some questions, find out during that time.
Sure, thank you. I'd be happy to provide that answer within the next 28 days.
Okay.
So we'll resolve by the end of the week.
Anybody else?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute. Let me get somebody else first. Anybody else hasn't talked on this, wants to talk on it?
Andre's hand is up.
Director Torn.
Yes, I'm looking at 2021. 2021, December 31st, 2021, statement of revenue and expenses. We have a year-to-date variance of $2.6 million surplus. Okay, and I don't understand based on what I talked to posted on Globe, there are a lot of administrative expenses, and I can't believe none of them are. If those expenses and all those numbers, the explanation was it's sent to the GRF. I can't believe that we have nothing left for us. I want to know what kind of compensations we've been distributed, budgeted in our budget plan. Okay, if the budget plan is proportionally distributed, then we need to get a proportion of the expense back, and that particular is our expense. The variance is our expense. Okay, our budget back to us. And in the budget planning, there is no previous year's surplus or excess or deficit. So our budget, our assessment is totally based on assessment, based on budget, nothing with reality of how much money we have left, okay, and how much savings we need to reimburse the members. That is the biggest problem. I don't think that's the right way to do a budgeting. You can do a budgeting any way you want, but when you calculate assessment, you have to include surplus and deficit in there to tell people why you want to charge this assessment. The surplus and deficit and shouldn't just disappear in the budget plan, in the assessment calculation. Okay, so that's my question, and I strongly suggest that that we need to look at it. As far as operating deficit transfer, okay, if we have that done right, then we may not need to have a deficit transfer. Also, what is the cash flow that we have? Do we have enough cash to handle this deficit? Okay, I'm not talking about just this account, the surplus of this account of the operating side. I'm talking about the overall account, cash flow. If we have cash, it's like I have $500 in my pocket, but I need only $200. But this $200 account has only saved the $20, so I need to borrow $180. Okay, you have $500 in your pocket. You can use it. Okay, and that's based on cash flow analysis. I haven't heard anything from cash flow analysis, so I'm questioning: do we really need to borrow money like this? This actual procedure is wasting our time if we have enough money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Steve, are we borrowing money from somebody?
So thank you, President Liberatore. So there is no borrowing involved. And thank you, Director Torn, for the question. With regards to the cash flow, you'll see in the financial analysis at the bottom of the page that you currently have $1.1 million in the contingency fund. So from a cash flow perspective, you do have sufficient funds to fund this transfer. And once again, every time that there is a deficit, so money would be pulled from the contingency fund if we follow this process. Likewise, if there's a surplus, it'll be transferred back to the contingency fund. And then additionally, with regards to the current year, for 2023, so the proposed budget has $1 per man or per month to be added into the contingency fund. So from a cash flow perspective, you are in good shape. So lastly, Director Torn, with regards to your question, the $2.5 million, the number that you're referring to is a cumulative total. When I say cumulative, I'm referring to the operating fund, the reserve fund, property tax, and your contingency fund in total. So you are correct. There was a $2.5 million surplus at the end of the year. So when I say surplus, your revenues exceed your expenses. However, that $2.5 million also includes money that came over from your ownership in GRF. So that dollar amount is excluded because that is captured within the GRF element. When we're talking strictly operating fund, which is the entirety of what we're discussing here, you were in a deficit position.
Thank you, Steve. And now let me remind the board here, look at your agenda packet there. This is the September initial notification for 28-day consideration for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360. So that's what we're talking about here.
Let's vote.
Director Ascari.
Well, the reason we are here to discuss at the first place, this is a manner of the United Board. From now on, everything comes. We should vote first and wait for 28 days to see what's going on. I am not agree with this attitude of the United Board that everything must be passed and then wait 28 days to see what's happened. I am telling that I had a meeting. I am treasurer and I am finance chair. I had a meeting with Steve and we discussed and he wrote a note and I sent an email to him 2 days ago. Even 2 days ago, I sent an email. I have not received any information regarding to our discussion, and I have not received any response. And yet, it comes here. That's a little bit unusual. And I am asking, please table or vote no until we figure out what's going on. And I am sure I 100% trust him, and he is the most at least hard worker, and that in the VMS that I'm directly, I am sure other people, but I'm directly with the state. And I have nothing against him, and his work is amazing, amazing good. And he's very precise. I highly, highly a fan of him, but I am saying we have to verify it as a board member. That's all I am saying. Please vote no to this one, or wait, or table. If you don't want it to vote, it's fine, or vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Is there any more discussion? Director Kash-Akwikar.
I'm hung up on page 3 of 12C. You're talking about the primary drivers for the loss were unforeseen increases in water and property insurance. That's an open-ended thing. We want to know how much was involved instead of just telling us that these were the primary loss. Was it 240,000? Was it 100,000? We want to know something. That statement that primary drivers of loss were unforeseen doesn't make sense. It needs to have a number put on it.
I could be happy to provide that number for in the next staff report. So, but once again, you ended the year in a loss. So regardless of whether it was insurance, compensation, whatever it may have been, you ended the year in a loss. But for the next staff report, if it does pass today, I'll make certain that I include both of those numbers going forward.
Can we vote?
Okay. Director Casey?
Well, I'm just going to say it was on last month's agenda that it was tabled. So it wasn't like it's a total surprise that it's back.
It was tabled, but we did not.
You don't have the floor. Director Ascari.
Yes, I explained 3 times that it was tabled. That's why I went to the office and we discussed and I asked question and I am waiting for the response from him. I cannot make answer by myself. I did not receive answer. When I see this is coming this month again, quickly, he has amazing load of work. I thought he forget to answer. Therefore, I emailed him 2 days ago, and I said, do you remember we had this discussion? Please respond to this. I am not against. I am just not convinced. And our job is just verify. That's it. As simple as this. As I said, he is doing great job. Nothing to him. I was just not convinced. That's what I am saying. And please provide what is that difference. And I would be more than happy to just vote for that. Again, I am asking, please vote no or table it until we get response. Did I email you 2 or 3 days ago?
Correct, on September 9th. Correct.
Yes, thank you so much. So I did my job. I just did not receive any answer. What is this discussion? I have no clue. What other board member wants? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Some members here have spoken almost 10 minutes each. It is now almost 11:15. We have other business. I call for the vote.
You mean you call for the previous question, is that correct?
I call for the previous question.
All right, that's a motion to end debate. We need a 2/3 majority.
Okay.
All right. All in favor of ending the debate, raise your hand. Okay. Did you get the count there, Bo? Or you want to use this machine? Let's use the
4, 5, 6.
our electronic processing here. All in favor of the motion to the previous question, that is to end debate, we need a 2/3 to end debate.
Can we have a stand-up vote?
Wait,
Here we go, vote. I got my screen up.
And what is this vote for?
To end debate.
Oh,
Move the
okay.
previous question.
Okay.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please? Director Torn, can I have your vote? The vote is 5 yea, 3 nay.
Question is not answered yet.
Vote, it passes 5-3, is that what you say?
This is for end of the debate, not the vote.
Yes, to
That's
end
right.
debate. That's correct.
But it is a vote. All right, so now we're back to the previous question.
Not 2/3.
Previous question. The vote, now it's up for vote. We just decided to suspend debate. We got 2/3, right, Paul?
5-3 is not 2/3.
no.
Do we have 2/3 vote?
I don't think.
5 to 3 is not.
5-3-1 is
No.
one.
Needs six.
It must be must abstain.
6. Okay.
You have 9 people.
All right, let's continue debate then.
All right, let's go. I got all day. Director Pearl.
I have a question. Is there any reason why Director Azari didn't get the answer from his, because that is causing all this. And
Sure.
if we had, then we wouldn't have a problem. But is there any reason why she was not able to get the answer from you?
No, juggling workload. So one of the things that Director Ascari and I met with, so we discussed this at length. So we went through an explanation and walked through all the various elements that differ between the audited financial statements and the exclusions to get to arrive at this number. So Director Ascari asked some questions. It's been a week or so. She made some assumptions, and in terms of why the numbers, she expected it to be this, and it was a different number. So we were trying to back into the numbers that she was getting at, and I having a struggle trying to get to the same numbers. So nothing is anticipated in changing at the end of the day.
Oh, my next question is, how soon can you get the answer to Director Ascari?
So more than likely in the next 2 weeks, I'm meeting with Director Ascari on Tuesday of next week. So we already have this meeting scheduled, so we'll discuss it at that time.
Director Blackwell.
Yes, since he will have it before our next vote, then we will know. So let us pass it now, so that for the first hearing.
You're out of order.
For the first hearing, and put it over for 28 days. And that is when we take the final vote. Otherwise, this goes on into the next session, the next board. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, are we ready for the vote now?
Oh, no,
Can I speak?
Director Ascari?
Yes, as I mentioned again, it seems we are in the loop. I said this should not be the pattern of the United Board to everything that comes, let it pass and wait for 28 days. This is not a right decision. That's all I am saying. We are here to really verify things and vote it properly. There is huge appreciation for this gentleman here. I am not saying anything I said is not clear for me. And that's my job. as a director to be clear and verified. That's all. This is not some director make it to a opposition and fight. This is not fight. This is a real thing. Can you please stop and go to the vote? Whatever you decided. I said as a treasurer what I have to say, and resident knows, you knows, the rest is on you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
All right, let's read it. Discuss and consider discuss and consider 2021 operating deficit transfer. September initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360. This is not a willy-nilly decision. This is a demand by 4360. In order to meet the requirements of 4360, this item has to be presented first, then we have a 28-day period or longer, and then we vote on the final question. So this is not the end. This is just to put it on the 28-day calendar. Otherwise, it gets put on who knows what. We are required to give at least 28 days notice. That is why we cannot pass it today. Can I be more clear? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. And Director Torn, I'm sorry, but my screen doesn't show you, so you have the floor now.
Yes. When we vote yes or no. We don't just vote maybe or maybe next time, right? So when we vote yes to move on for the 28-day notification, we both agree. It's not just for, like some directors mentioned, that it's just moving on. Forget about it. We don't know what we want to do with that. Let's just move it on. Okay. Board needs to watch the numbers, watch the budget, watch our money. Okay, if we vote it on, that means we agree with it for the time being, and we will consider, take a look at it next time. What we'll say is we don't have sufficient information. There are assumptions that are confused and need to be cleared up. So present to the board so we can make a better judgment rather than just say, we don't know what the answers are, but let's move it on. Okay, that's not the right way to be to perform your fiduciary responsibility. We need to make sure we know what we are voting for, not just say, let's move it on and we'll talk about maybe 28 days later. That's my point. So, and also when we say comply, okay, we are indeed trying to comply. We just say, maybe we will comply. Okay, there is no, when you will vote for maybe, you might as well just abstain. Right? And that will definitely kill these things. And that's not the right way to do our fiduciary responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torn. Anybody else? All right, the motion, are we ready for the vote or we want to continue debate?
We're ready.
Okay, all in favor of the motion that's on the floor and been seconded? Vote.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir?
No.
Thank you.
You cannot vote for her. Somebody can vote for the other person?
I said, how do you want to?
Oh, my goodness.
What an accusation.
Wow. Wow.
So the final count is 5 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstained.
5 yes and 2 no?
And 2 abstain.
2 abstained.
And 2 abstain.
It passes.
Okay.
I believe
It passes. Now,
I believe Rita has
Director Torn, you don't have the floor. All right, so
I cannot speak to a whisper in her ears at this point.
the vote is over. You're not following protocol, and if you keep it up, I'm going to have you muted. We're here all day. Okay, now,
We're on.
we're going to go on to 12D, discuss and consider recurring town hall meetings, and I'm going to defer to Director Casey because I believe she has the opinions from the card. Is that correct, Director Casey?
Yes, I do.
You have the floor.
Okay. So we had 2 successful town hall meetings with keynote speakers that talked on from the El Toro Water District and the San Diego Southern California Edison, and on electricity for charging cars, and one was on water. And so we did put out some cards to find out what subjects people were interested in, and some of those were insurance coverage for co-ops, loans for purchase, solar, budget surplus, and cutting water use. So I do have some cards from people. They said, I think you, yes, this is on, do we want to have more town hall meetings? Yes, do have more town meetings with shorter presentations, great focus on budget and cutting water use. I would like, and then the second one, I would like to have more of these meetings, and I think it's a great idea and appreciate the board's time. Another was, thank you for today's town hall meeting. As a 20-year resident, I would appreciate more of these information get-togethers. And then there were some things on things they wanted to discuss for lawns, laundry, pool, and using waterless toilets in the clubhouses, durability of new road along Cali Aragon is falling apart, and corners will be corrected. And will the corners be corrected by the contractor? And cut down the disease trees, more electrical capacity in carports, and solar panel programs on carports. And what does outside walls mean in insurance cover for co-ops? And what are loans to purchase no longer offered? What about considering use of solar to decrease electricity costs? And at this last meeting, there were some very good ideas brought up about how you could, funnel some of the electricity by using batteries in a carport that could then allow people to tap into that battery. Just ideas. So that's what we need. We need ideas for the future. And I know somebody asked about the creek, and the GRF is having a meeting tomorrow with a biologist for the creek. So, that's a very important issue. I think you should tune into that, either, through a Zoom or go to the meeting. I'm going to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Casey.
I had one card, and she asked for larger numbers to be painted on the sides of the homes. We did that about 8 years ago. We got them larger, but apparently they would want them still larger. So that's just something we have to think.
Okay, thank you, Director Blackwell. Now, if you look at item 12E.
There is a question.
We actually have a member who, we have a member who actually has a question about EV chargers or comment. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Who?
I guess.
You say, okay.
Georgiana Willis?
Yes.
Johnny,
Yes,
you have the floor.
858D. Yes, I attended the forum, or town hall, and it was quite informative. And someone also did mention a less expensive way using some kind of, was it solar or something, or whatever. And I was talking to a neighbor of mine yesterday who has a Tesla, and she said that what she does for charging her cars, she has some kind of a little gizmo I guess she got through GRF. She pays GRF $250 a year. It's in her carport. And when you consider the expenses that Edison was talking about, it sounded like the minimum expense would be $15,000 per charging station if they were all close to an Edison, transformer and all next to one another. But she said it would be ridiculous to do it because there are plenty of chargers all over the place here, including, I know when I go to the gym in this building, those charging stations, they're always empty. So my guess is a number of people are probably using these gizmos through GRF, paying them $250 a year. It keeps our costs down so far as our HOA, because the higher our HOA costs are, the lower our values will be. It only just takes our values down as it goes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul?
No further member comments.
Okay. So we're ready for E, 12E, update committee appointments. We're into our 9th month and we still don't have this straightened out. So if the board will look over those things, look over that and these committee assignments.
Mr. President, can you say what is the new that coming? We are almost a year and still we are voting for this committee.
That was just my point, if you listened. It's September and we still don't have this settled. And you have it in your packet.
I know, but what
So I
is
shouldn't
new?
have to spend time here. If you look at the packet, you want to debate it, do you want to approve it?
Yes, I want to say there is 2 times board band ad hoc committee. Do we have 2 board band ad hoc committee on page 2 of 12E? Or we have 2?
Broadband.
Yes.
hold on,
Is
hold
it
on.
2?
Yeah, that was fixed already. I sent an email to Director Argani a couple days ago. We fixed that already. So there's one broadband.
So it's not
ad hoc.
2, it's
No,
just
it's
one.
just one. I sent an email to Director Argani a couple days ago with the fix.
Okay, so in that case, there is no new red.
That we added
yes.
Director Blackwell, I believe.
That's right, item 12E.
You don't have the
page-
floor, excuse me. Director
My hand
Starr,
is
you
up.
done?
No, I want to just to know what we're voting.
We're voting on the committee assignments. This is a resolution.
Okay, thank
Do
you,
you want me
thank
to
you.
read it?
No, thank you.
Anthony,
Thank you.
please.
Director Blackwell.
Thank you. This is on page 2 of 2 at 12E. GRF Broadband Ad Hoc Committee. That is a new committee. So we couldn't have decided this years ago. And I am placed on that committee, and that is the only change on this.
No, that's not true. I'm on it too.
Oh, are you?
I mean, I just got the email from Eileen. I am
did
on
you?
that committee.
Okay, let us add on Diane Casey then also. Okay? I move that we accept the committee appointments for Golden Rain Foundation.
Oh, yeah, because you see up above, there's broadband in the 2
Wait a
places.
minute, Director Blackwell made a motion to approve this, so we have a second.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to
Director
second.
Ross?
He
Are
seconds.
You second? Okay. All right, vote on the screen if you want to approve the committee assignments, please. September, we're still doing this.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir?
Yes.
Maggie?
Pearl?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion? Because I was out, I missed it.
Well, we have this resolution for the committee assignments up. It's been motioned to approve it, it's been seconded, and now we're voting on it.
And it's Maggie and Diane Casey.
Director Casey, can we have your vote, please?
Oh, I thought I did.
maybe I'm confused. Which one are we voting for, A or B? I thought we were voting, I'm voting for B. Hello, anybody hear me?
This is item 12E.
So Paul, is the vote in?
Sorry, my
Yeah.
internet is,
Yes, the vote
my
was
internet is a little bit spotty.
You're out of order. Paul, what's the vote?
8 yes, 0 nay, and 1 abstain.
1 abstain, 8-4?
8 to 0 to 1 abstain.
All right. So Director Torn, did you vote?
Yes, we put down a yes vote for
Okay,
Director
so
Torn.
the motion passes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, let's move on to new business. United 2023 Business Plan, adoption, the annual budget. Who's going to speak on that?
I will.
Okay, Jose, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to come before the board today and let you know that up before you today is the business plan. So this is the same business plan that we've been talking about since March. We've had obviously many, many meetings. In all, we'll have 22 meetings as a community, but United has been about 7 of them. So we've already talked about all of the items on here, and now up for your consideration are 2 resolutions. The first will be the business plan itself, and in there it'll establish a monthly assessment. The total assessment will increase $30.34. That's inclusive of what GRF recently approved last week. So altogether, $30.34, or about 4.9% increase compared to last year. And the second resolution is approval of a 30-year funding plan for reserves. So that is what's before you today. And there have been no changes from the last time that you took a look at it when we reviewed each of the items in detail. So that's where we are.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Any discussion? Or let's see, go from Director Blackwell.
Thank you. I move this resolution.
So Director Blackwell's moved the resolution, which is 13A.
I
2
second.
points. It's been seconded by Director Diane Casey. Any discussion? Director Ascari.
We heard, first of all, from the beginning, we always ask for what is the saving regarding to that one, and we got a big number from each department. That's okay, it's passed, and we're not going through that details. However, the insurance might be less than the budget. So how we can adjust that one? If we get the number of insurance be less than budget, is it possible we take a little bit down of this?
Once the budget is approved, we will be noticing everyone individually. And so that whole process needs to be done at between 30 and 60 days in anticipation of when your new assessment value goes into effect. So any changes would be very difficult to implement. It's something that we typically don't do.
Yeah, am I understanding correct? If we pass today, it would be very difficult to change it, correct?
Correct.
So then my vote is no. Thank you.
Anybody else? Paul.
Yes? My hand is up.
Paul?
Yeah, I'll let Director Torn first. We actually have a member comment, but we'll stick with the director's comment first.
Director Torn?
Okay, I still have the same question. If you look at the total fund contribution under line 28, right? We have increased $15.21 for the 2023 plan year. Now, the question I have is, this is total fund contribution, is totally based on budget, has nothing to do with reality, how much money we have saved, how much money we have or deficit for the last year. I don't understand how we can do that without previous surplus or deficit, okay? And those numbers need to be clearly displayed and say, we have so much surpluses, and how the school want to distribute it, okay, to the members according to the Article 3 of our agreement with the residents, or we want to do something else. All right. There's nothing stated here. I can't believe it. Well, every year we're just based on budget, and there's no reality. So where do those money go? That's really interesting. I can't find that amount. I can only find it in the balance sheet. The income statement, operating statement, but I cannot find it anywhere in this budget. So the calculation is totally without the budget. It's really invalid. Okay, I can't believe that if we have $2.5 million surplus in the pocket, we just charge them $15.21 based on the budget, and those $2.5 million surplus disappeared. Okay, that's a big question I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Director Blackwell?
Thank you. I refer everybody to page 9 of 32. This is the page of 13A, 9 of 32. This page shows what I consider a tremendous improvement, and I'll explain it. For the past 5 years, the red zone has been at the end of 2023. That's special assessment risk. Our northern neighbors have special assessments. Up north, they have 5 boards for what we have 1. They have $1,000 assessments every month, but they don't have any reserves. So at various years, almost every other year, they come up with a $5,000 hit that residents must pay extra in that year to do roofing, to do epoxy lining, to do painting, because they have no reserves. That is a hardship. That would be a true hardship on our community. We are a less affluent committee, okay? So we need regular assessments, and we need to cover our reserves in our regular assessments, because we don't want to get a bill every other year for $5,000 to $10,000. We are too big for that. Now, just this year, with raising our donation to the reserves, we have kicked back the possibility of special assessments by 1 year. So this is extremely important to me, because otherwise, at the end of next year, we're looking at it 2024 with a possibility of special assessments required. So I say it is time. We have cut our donations to the reserves for years, and now we're right on the knuckles here. If you want to slice more off, you're going to lose skin, okay? So I am in favor of this for this reason. The staff has worked on everything to cut it short, but this is truly the difference. Do you want special assessments at the end of 2023, or do you want it pushed off at least 1 more year? And I say, let's pay now, get ourselves right, and move ahead. Thank you.
Director Casey.
Yeah, I've been to all those budget meetings, and, we have tried to hold our assessments down to no increases, but it's not doing us good because, the reserve study and everything indicates that we have to put money into our reserves. And so they're saying $14.21 needs to be added to the assessment for reserves and $1 for, not $1, but $1 for a contingency fund. So a total of $15.21 of that is for our future, and so that we don't have an assessment. So, the other things have all been discussed and gone over and revised, and, I've raised my opinion, in cases where I thought it should be, but I think this is a fair assessment, and hopefully maybe we can do better and and come down later, but I don't know.
All right, thank you, Director Casey. Director Ross?
Yeah, I wanted to answer another board member's objection just briefly. I think cutting costs is a good idea if we can do it. And insurance, if we could reduce the costs of insurance, even if it happens after we pass this budget, it's a great idea, and we should try to do everything to do that. What it'll do is if we can cut it from, let's say, $3.5 million to $2.5 million, that extra $1 million will end up going into a contingency fund, will be put in a contingency fund. So we will get the money for our savings. We just won't be able to pass on the savings to our residents. And so that's my understanding of how that would be handled. But I think we should always be looking at how we can reduce our cost as much as possible so we can at least increase our reserves.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Director Ross is correct. I also
in
want to provide a little bit of insight too. I just got word from our risk manager that right now, overall, we're right on budget for liability, D&O, directors, officers, and for property insurance. So right now, as we're currently running, we're right on budget. So there is no projected savings yet. But again, if we do find anything, we'll absolutely continue to work to save as much as we can. And in the event that we end up with a surplus, it'll end up in the contingency fund as Director Ross suggested.
Okay, thank you. Director Pearl Lee.
Yeah, I understand that the raise on our assessment fee is 6.5%, right?
Altogether, it's 4.9% if you include GRF.
Okay, if it's a 4.9% and our inflation is 8.5%,
Correct.
I feel that is very appropriate.
Anybody else?
Andre.
Director Torn. This is his second time.
I've heard some board directors talking about the shortage of these red zones in page 9 of 32. And I want to remind people that this is average, 30%. That will be sufficient. When average means half the time it will be below, half the time it will be above. That's what average means. It's not minimum. Minimum says 30%. If we say minimum 30%, we have to be above the 30%. If it's below that, we have to fill it up. Okay, I don't think that people understand that average means half below, half above. And in this case, the below is about 18.9%. It's really not that much. And also, if the numbers, we have a special assessment, that means we miscalculated the reserve fund. We didn't know that that VMS didn't give us the complete information, and as a result, we totally screwed up this reserve fund. That is a separate issue that we need to talk about. And I don't know if any board directors, those board directors expecting minimum 30%, has any idea how to watch these numbers. Do they know that we are calculated right or calculated wrong? That's the question we need to ask. Okay. A second issue about this reserve fund shortage is that based on my understanding, all our reserve surpluses go to GRF. They disappeared from our reserve. There is nothing left for our reserve. That's why we are shortage. Every year we have the surplus on GRF, on the revenue surplus. They got put it to the GRF because they consider that administrative, and we don't do administrative. But somehow we have the surplus shown on our income statement, operating statement. So I don't know where those monies are. Okay, 2.5 million here, 4 million there. We should have a minimum of 24, and most of them will be above the 30% now. So my question is, I don't think we are following the correct accounting procedure to calculate the reserve fund. We have a lot of money missing in this calculation. Thank you.
If I may address that, President.
Go ahead.
May I address that? I just want to make sure and clarify. First of all, no one is suggesting that we're going to have a special assessment. Obviously, we want to be responsible with our contributions to avoid that. But I just want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. We are not suggesting, nor do we anticipate any special assessments. That's why we're putting forth before you a responsible way to continuously contribute to your assessments. And also, there was an assertion made that United monies are going to GRF as far as that remain unspent. And I want to unequivocally let you know that that is not true. Your United money stays here. It'll stay inside of your own United Reserve accounts.
Thank you, Jose.
Pat.
Director English?
Where do they show that?
Director English?
Yes. I would like to get a clarification on Director Lee's proposal.
Well,
Just clarification on how it would work. Lee?
No, we have a motion on the floor.
Out of order.
And it's been
What was the
seconded.
question, Mr. President?
To clarify Lee, her proposal.
She was just saying that she agreed with it because it was lower than inflation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
That's all I needed to know.
Also, are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
And Director Ascari, I have to ask you to recuse
May
yourself on this.
May I comment one? May I comment?
Director Torn, how many times do you want to comment? You're holding this meeting up. All right, keep it quick. You got the floor.
Okay. All right. I don't see any reserve surplus or deficit in this.
Are you
chart
asking
here
a
in
question
page
now, or are you going to lecture us?
I'm leading to it. When can we see the surplus? Why don't we see the surplus and deficit in this chart rather than it disappear? We have no clue whether it matches the operating statement or not. That number needs to be shown here.
You needed to go to the budget meetings.
Sorry, I'll just make a quick comment on
Jose,
that.
go ahead. You got the floor.
You'll be able to see the difference in what we budget to spend and what we plan to spend. You'll be able to see that in your balances, and you'll see each and every year those balances change. They'll continue to grow if we're collecting more than we're spending, or if we're spending less than we're collecting. You'll see those changes there. So again, any changes to the reserve stays within the United Reserves, and they'll be there for you.
Thank you, Jose. Now I'm going to ask
Can we
Director
hold it?
Ascari. You're out of order. I'm going to ask Director Ascari to recuse herself on this vote, and we'll discuss in closed session. So are we ready for the vote? All right, put the voting screen.
No, we actually have two-member comments.
What?
There's actually two-member comments at this time.
All right, member comments, let's go.
First one is Georgiana Willis.
Well, I can't see what it. It's not.
Not now.
Oh.
There's comments.
I had a question other than that, but I am sort
I
of
see, thank
concerned
you.
about what Director Torn mentioned, because he's asking, it sounds like he's asking for figures that are not provided, that are very relevant. And so if he's asked for those and hasn't been presented them, then I think that's rather significant. And it doesn't speak well for the people he's asking the figures from. However, the other item I had, which is not related to this, but maybe that's why I'm being called, has to do with last month. We talked about taking a vote on whether or not to take a loss of $1 million or so on the stock. And I didn't see that on the agenda today. But I was just curious about that because I would not be happy to take $1 million loss. Stock goes up, it goes down. It's down now, it'll be going up because changes, it's all driven by government policies, and some of those policies are in the process of change. So it'll go up, it goes down. It's just what it does. But I didn't see that on the agenda, and I was curious about that.
It was defeated.
Huh?
It was defeated. The motion was defeated. It's not going to happen.
Okay, oh, good. All right, I thought they would put off till this meeting. Oh, great. Well,
Yeah.
thanks a bunch.
All right, thank you. Paul, anybody else?
Yes. We have Cheryl Beldner.
Good morning, directors and members of United. I moved in here 15 years ago, and there was a man talking about how could we redo our sewers without tearing up our floors. And I say I'm thankful to the people 25 years ago who paid extra to rebuild the reserves, because I have no idea what it costs to take my 4-unit building and build new sewers for us because we were backing up into our showers. We must have chewed up an awful lot of reserves. We don't know what the future brings, but we should be paying it forward because people before us paid it forward. And I'll give you one other example. Many years ago, I think they spent about $3 million putting wood siding on our carports because they looked ugly. They were that funny metal that was different shapes. They look like Quonset huts. And we look much better with the siding. Somebody paid it forward and somebody paid it for us to look as good and to make this place as desirable. We must rebuild our reserves. We don't know what tomorrow brings. Think about global warming. Think about more electricity that we need. Let's go forward. I consider my assessments my monthly rent. I don't expect to see that money that I spent on my membership or the cost of the manner in which I am a member until I either pass on or have to be sent to Happy Acres, and the money will go for that. Let's make sure we do something for the people for tomorrow. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There are no more member comments.
All right, thank you. Okay, are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and vote on the screen.
Director Torg, may I have your vote, please?
My vote is no.
Thank you.
It's just not clear the budget is right.
You're out of order.
So the motion passed 8-1.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, directors. Let's move on. Now, under new business, item B, 13B, entertain a motion to approve disabled child and grandchild application. And this is another 28-day notice thing. So do we want to approve this? Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll read it.
Yeah, good.
Go ahead, read it, please.
It's 13B, page 23 of 24. It's a pink page. Resolution 0122XX, disabled child, grandchild applications. United Laguna Woods Mutual is a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation which is authorized through its board of directors to operate, amend, or repeal necessary or desirable rules and regulations. Whereas a primary purpose of the common interest development is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of residents within the development, and whereas California Civil Code Section 51.3 establishes and preserves accessible housing for senior citizens and provides that a child or grandchild of a senior citizen may be considered a qualified permanent resident so long as they have a disabling illness or injury and needs to live with the senior citizen because of the disabling condition, illness, or injury. And whereas the mutual has found it necessary to amend the disabled grandchild health certificate application and integrate it with the co-occupancy permit application to ensure a more complete application process. And whereas for co-occupancy is effective only when approved in writing by the mutual and issued in writing by an authorized VMS staff member. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts amendments to the Disabled Grandchild Health Certificate and Co-Occupancy Agreement application. Resolved further that this resolution supersedes all prior Disabled Child Grandchild Health Certificate forms and co-occupancy application, and that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Resolution has been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Director Casey has seconded.
All right, may I speak in explanation?
Sure.
Okay, we have colored the spots. We have added this on to the co-occupancy rather than make it separate. We added on to the co-occupancy with the legal things that we need to include. We added disabled child or grandchild 3 times on page 6 of 24. We've added it on 7 of 24. We've added on another thing on units may not be sublet for less than 30 days and must be renewed annually. That's due to another law. Now we get to 13B. The applicant, we added in this wording, the applicant has or has not been convicted of a felony within the last 10 years or a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude within the last 7 years, and that's Code 51.3B3B. And then we deleted the child's condition for the physician's certification. They don't have to explain the child's condition, and that is a privacy rule. So we're following the privacy law. They don't have to say he's got mental issues or he's got bipolar or he's got, whatever it is, emphysema or whatever. They don't have to name that because that's a privacy issue. And we added in, yes, the child is disabled as defined by this, or no, the child is not disabled. All right, so on the next page, we added in, it is the policy of Laguna Woods Village to provide rigorous compliance, and of course it is. And then we added in the yellow part, disabled child, grandchild. This is just to make this regular occupancy form good for a disabled child also. Okay, and last way, that's another one. Such as for a chronic and progressive debilitating disease. And so that would be one of the reasons to allow them, and so on. So we go on through these things, and the code red change is just a verbal change. And the last part is what the form will look like when it's presented to the person. We've removed all the red marks. So this is very important. It gives us reason and discretion to approve or not approve such a person, but we are bound by 51.3. And this just puts it all in one form rather than a separate form to be filled out by the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. You motioned this, right?
Right.
And
I did.
seconded, so we're up on
Yes.
the debate.
Diane.
Director Ascari.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First of all, I think, is there any limitation how many child can come? Is it only child or children? Is there any limitation, or can come twins if they are twins, disabled, can come or not? I am not sure. There is no limitation? I don't know who is this, as Pamela here?
This is
You're asking a question about, did this come from governing docs?
Yes, it did.
All right, let the chair of governing docs answer that.
Okay, this is not due to lack of funds. This is due to a physical disability. And 51.3 is the code, state code, which says we have to allow those people. Am I not answering your question?
No, you are totally off. I am asking about, is there any limitation or not? I mean, oh, yes, there you go. Pamela, thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay.
Good morning,
Pamela, you have the
directors.
floor.
I think the question is answered by your governing documents that say no more than the total number of original construction bedrooms plus 1 may reside in a unit. So if somebody had twins, and let's say they had MS or some other
Yes.
catastrophic disease, if there was only one parent living there and it was a 2-bedroom unit, There's no prohibition from those
Okay.
two individuals resigning.
Okay, that's the limit. Thank you. You answered correctly. And I have another question if you stay there. In the page 10 out of 24, I can see the title is for disabled children, grandchildren. However, the rest of the page is only talk about child, grandchild. Shouldn't be all of them same manner? You use child, grandchild, or children, grandchildren.
Right, I think that's a Scrivener's, and we can certainly clean that up
Okay,
before
thank
final
you, thanks.
approval.
And then I have another question. If you go to page 9 out of 24, on the highlight, it says that applicant has not been convicted of the felony in the last 10 years. However, if you go to page before, page 7, if you go to number 11, you can see that is in the past 20 years. And this demeanor involving is 5 years, while the other one is 7 years. It's kind of not match. Could you, or maybe I am wrong, but this should be match?
Correct. They should match, and they will match when you see it in 28 days.
Right. Okay, thank you. That was my question, that when I read it, this doesn't make sense to me last night. Thank you so much. One more
Director
question.
Ross.
In page 10 out of 24,
Director, are you
page,
done?
no,
You're out of
page
time.
10 out of 24, you just delete the line that they said they asked for nature of diagnosis. Is it because legally we cannot ask those questions? Is it correct?
Correct.
Am I correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Ross, you have the floor.
Yeah, just one quick question. Because there's going to be additional people staying in our manors, there's typically a co-occupancy charge for the additional members. In this case, they're disabled. Are they exempt from that co-occupancy charge, or would they be included in that co-occupancy charge?
They would be included in the co-occupancy
They would be.
charge.
There would
Yes.
still be a co-occupancy charge.
Yes, any persons in excess of 2, because that's what your budget is predicated upon, have a co-occupancy third-party fee.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Anybody else? Director Casey?
Nope, no question.
Earl? No? All right, are we ready for the question? All right, so we all understand the question? I don't see Director Torrance' hand up, so vote on the screen.
Question. I'm sorry, but I lost the question.
To vote on this item, the grandchild.
Oh, the grandchild thing.
So the
Oh,
one that you're
okay.
just reading.
Yeah.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. It's a unanimous decision, vote, excuse me, 9-0.
9-0, it passes. Thank you. And now Director Blackwell, could you read for us the item under new business 13C, please? Read the resolution that's going up for 28 days.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Personal items in common areas. This is not furniture. Okay, whereas all land outside the unit walls is considered common area, including the planting beds immediately adjacent to the units. The board of directors of this corporation is concerned about the placement of privately owned objects in the common areas, the possible safety hazards to persons, and maintenance problems caused by such placement. Whereas the placement of privately owned objects, including plants, potted plants, statuary, and solar lights has become prevalent and unrestrained, causing concerns about clutter, safety, and an obstruction to mutual maintenance activities. And whereas the Compliance Division and Landscape Committee received numerous concerns from residents regarding the proliferation of privately owned objects, now therefore be it resolved that placement of privately owned objects in the common areas, including planting beds, shall permit personal non-standard landscape within the following guidelines. Residents may not enlarge foundation planters. Residents may place decorative items, garden decor, statuary, potted plants, or freestanding solar lights within one single 36 square foot area immediately adjacent to their unit. That would be like a 12 by 3 foot strip or a 4 by 8 foot area. Residents shall be responsible for the maintenance of this area, including weeding, pruning, and cleanup. These items should be kept in good repair, and potted plants should be well maintained, and any empty pots, gardening supplies, or tools removed. Items placed in this area shall not impede the regular maintenance of the landscape and building, nor shall they block or interfere with mutual irrigation systems. Residents understand that the area shall remain common area, subject to the use and passage of all residents. Upon sale of the unit, the member of the estate will be financially responsible for the removal of all personal items and the re-landscaping of this area. If the personal plantings and or decorative items in the common area directly adjacent to the manor are not maintained in a satisfactory manner, that may result in disciplinary action, including monetary penalties, suspension of member privileges, and or legal action. Members are responsible for ensuring that the rules, regulations, and policies are followed by anyone they allow into the community. Residents seeking a larger area or alteration of the mutual-owned landscape shall seek and obtain permission from the Board of Directors prior to any changes through the landscape request form process. Resolved further that 010563, adopted June 14, 2005, is superseded and canceled, and the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Resolution has been proposed and moved by Director Blackwell, seconded by Director Casey. Do we have any discussion on it? Director Ascari.
Yes, I think, again, this kind of resolution, when there is no definition for some words in the resolution, will bring lots of problem. For example, I read it in page 3 of 4. In this one, they said resident may not enlarge foundation planter. Okay, what is the definition of enlarge? 5 inches, 10 inches, 25 inches, 30 inches? There is no, these kind of things when the people should guess what is big, what is not big, it will bring between neighbors, especially when neighbors have problem with each other, will create problem. If I don't like my neighbor, that pot to me is enlarged. If I like my neighbor, that big pot actually is not very enlarged. So the word in the resolution should be so clear that people not fighting with each other. So I don't agree with this one. And the same is a satisfactory manner on the bottom of the page. To my neighbor, maybe that is satisfactory. To some people that we saw actually picture of their garden, is totally burned out. There is nothing there, and some rat is there. To them is satisfactory. to some people is not satisfactory. So this kind of definition will bring lots of problem fighting with the neighbors and then goes to the compliance. So this must be a little bit clean up before we voted, or at least be something not create problem to cost money for us as people going for fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
Yes, this has been in the works. We have followed this for a long, 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 long time. It was removed very recently. Very recently, it was removed by people who are against all regulations. And there's, in their zeal to cut out regulations, they cut out this one. And yet this one can be hideously violated. All right? When you see some yards, there are stones put in around the areas nearest the house. That would be the area designated. Okay? Now, by giving it 12 by 3 or 36 square feet is pretty accurate. Anything more than 36 square feet would be a violation from now on. Okay? So that's, you know what's 36 feet. You can go out there and measure it. And so that erases that question. Because it is subjective partially, it comes before a committee before a fine is assessed. So that's all. So shall we not have a rule because the committee can decide? The committee decides many different rules. When there is discretion, they say you've got 57 empty pots strewn around here. That's too many. You can't have any, as it says here. Gardening tools. Well, we don't have to designate. That would mean a broom, a rake, a so-and-so. There are specifics that the committee can handle. Compliance will work in a general way, the way they always have up until like 2 years ago, and bring those things forward. Generally, they're pretty obvious. And so, but we do not say we cannot make a rule because we cannot envision every single thing. No, we make a rule and we use our discretion. And that's why this always comes to a committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Cash-Aquifer.
I am of the opinion that each incident must be dealt separately. You can't make a rule like this and force it on everybody to have one common policy. Maybe somebody wants to put a statue in front of their home that is objectionable to his neighbor across. So it needs to be dealt with. Each incident needs to be dealt separately, not as a policy.
Thank you, Director Cash-Aquifer. Director Blackwell?
Yes, that's why we have a policy. Okay, if somebody calls on their neighbor, they've got this statute out here. Then compliance writes it up, takes photos, and takes it to the committee. And the committee says, this is far too big, this is horrible, look what it is, or something. Or it's too religious, we don't want necessarily big religious objects in the yard. So that's why the committee hears this and says, yes or no, and we or remove it and we won't fine you, or whatever. That's why it comes to a committee. We have this as the basic rules. That means a person who sees that the person has got a broken barrel in their yard that looks very strange, they can call up compliance on it, and compliance will report on it and decide what it is, and then we discuss it at the committee. So it does come to the committee, but you need the basic rule first. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell.
Could I?
Nobody else. Director Diane Casey.
Yeah, I think the reason why this has come up is because compliance doesn't know always what the situation is, and that's why they need to have something to look at and say, this is the rule. If there is a complaint, they can look at that rule, and, Kurt could tell us more about it too, but it's just a guideline, a guideline for compliance to look at. It doesn't mean that they're going to go and tell everybody to change what they have, if it's not causing any problems, so.
Oh, there's.
All right, Director. All right,
Kurt, you want to say anything? I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Director Torn? Oh, I'm sorry.
Kurt.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think we are I don't know about some of the directors, but this is totally out of the, different from what's reality coming out there. If you walk around, just walk around a little bit in the neighborhood, you'll find a lot of lawn chairs there. People gathering outside there. So does that mean we cannot have lawn chairs? Does that mean we cannot have lawn chairs in there out for just 1 hour or 2 hours, just people gathering together? That's a little bit, that consideration must be in there somewhere. We cannot just say you don't have it, you're not allowed to have lawn chairs. I don't see lawn chairs anywhere. Or tablecloth to put in wines and cheese and snacks out there. This is a community, this is a neighborhood. We must allow them to do that. Okay? If we, based on this resolution, that's illegal. Okay, I don't think this will work. You will get a lot of output. You will hear a lot from residents. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn.
by the way, sorry.
Kurt, I
By the way.
apologize. You had the floor. I didn't see you.
By the way, sorry.
You're
by
out
the
of
way.
order. You just
Thank you.
relinquished the floor. You're out of order. You relinquished the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To clarify, we, in the Landscape Committee, through compliance, we received numerous complaints about items in common area. This does not refer to temporary items such as lawn chairs. This is permanent installations. And as you walk around the community, you will see that there's been a proliferation of these objects, the spinning wheels, the lights, the bird baths, things like that. What this is there are no set fast rules about what you can put in the common area. There's some vague rules about being able to put things in common area, and then there's some rules about not putting things in common area. So the whole idea behind this is to give us some, as Director Casey said, to give us some guidelines to follow when we do get those complaints. Currently, compliance uses the clutter policy, which is not clear about common area. It is more about private use, the exclusive use areas. This is common area use. This is just a way to sort of get some of that under control. The last statement in the bulleted items in the resolution gives residents the opportunity to request more than the basic 36 square feet that's in here. If they would like more than 36 square feet, there's already a process for that, and this just directs them to that process. And all of those decisions are made by the Landscape Committee. So this just gives a little bit of teeth to compliance in the Landscape Committee as far as guidelines go, is when we do get these issues. And a lot of these issues do come from resident complaints. And it is up to the committee, both the, I can't remember the name of the one that compliance goes to, and the Landscape Committee, the disciplinary committee, to make the decision on whether or not it violates the rules. This just gives us some guidelines to go by.
Thank you, Kurt. Any questions for Kurt?
Oh, and to answer Director Asghari's questions, the foundation planner is the shrub bed planners around the buildings, and they are defined by our irrigation heads. We have one irrigation head for the shrub beds and one for the turf. So if the planter gets beyond the turf one, we know they've enlarged it. It's pretty easy for us to know.
Anything else?
May I ask a question?
Director Torn, this is your second time.
Yes. Seems like it requires non-standard landscape application because they are changing the landscape and take ownership of that. Is that your intent, that they need to go through the non-standard landscape application process?
Only if they want more than the 36 square feet.
Okay, so within 36 feet, they don't have to apply for application.
That is correct. We're trying to simplify it for the residents.
How about plants? So they can put plants out there within 36 square feet. That is a de facto standard that everybody can put it within 36 feet. They can do whatever they want. They can put these items out there. Is that true?
I wouldn't say whatever they want, but with discretion, yes.
Okay.
Well,
okay. The decorative items, garden decor, statutory, potted plants, or freestanding solar lights. Okay. Right, and maybe lawn chairs for short-term, party gatherings for a short-term period of time. Okay, maybe a couple of days, maybe 3 days celebration, the holidays, that kind of thing. Or maybe Christmas, put on the light show out there.
There are already rules covering use of common area for temporary things like parties and things like that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director Torn.
I just have one question for Kurt.
Director
Just a
Casey,
statement,
okay.
actually. So, we are looking at planting, water-wise or drought-tolerant, and if you have any questions about that, I mean, Kurt's can probably help you with that, because we do have plants that are drought-tolerant, and it would be good to think about that when you're doing your planting.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Director Casey. Any other comments?
We actually have 2 member comments.
Okay.
Mary Sinclair is the first person.
Mary Sinclair, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, I think. This is Mary Sinclair, 501A. I'd just like to say that I fully support this move because there just need to be some kind of guidelines, and like Sven said, it's a good start. And I don't know that I've seen the board be unfair in not carefully considering, a request or a complaint. So I would trust in the discretion of compliance and landscaping and the committee to do a reasonable job being fair about that. It occurred to me, my thing is actually water conservation. Since about a year ago, I got the memo, and I've been more and more concerned and staying updated about that. So it occurred to me that nowhere in here is a really solid rationale for why this is a good strategy or why this is a good guideline, and that is the excessive use of privately planted plants.
That's on the very next
You're out
item.
way out of order.
Sorry,
She has the floor.
13D.
She has the floor.
No,
I'm
if
sorry for
I
interrupting,
could,
Mary, you have it.
just, it ties into this one. And, just excessive privately planted plants and potters create a high risk of overwatering during this drought. And I say that because the village is moving toward drought-tolerant plants, but the residents are going to want to be keeping the plants they have, which are just plain going to need more water. So it might be a good idea to build into this some acknowledgement of the advantage of having a plan. Just as an example, it occurred to me, it could put in something like, whereas excessive personal planting and watering undermines water conservation efforts during a permanent drought. So that could be another rationale for this. And and this does pertain to the personal items because under the discussion, when it is described, just the comment that the committee receives numerous concerns from members regarding the proliferation of privately owned objects, including lights, materials, tools, potted plants, and plantings. So to me, that would justify a reason to strengthen this guideline. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Paul?
The next speaker is Dick Rader via Zoom.
Mr. Rader, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just a clarification.
this resolution seems to emphasize potted plants. Within that 36 square foot area, what are the rules regarding if you want to plant something in the soil, flowers or drought tolerant plants?
Who wants to answer that?
Could you repeat it?
Not in pots.
Not in pots. At water.
Not in pots.
Maybe Kurt, did you hear that?
It's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it applies to all plants. They don't necessarily have to be potted.
Right.
To give a little more background, the Landscape Committee feels that people should be able to, people like gardening, they like getting outside and gardening, and this gives us sort of a happy mix between letting people do their outdoor gardening without taking over common area that belongs to everybody. So that's where they're going with this.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, Mr. Rader, you satisfied with that?
Is that clear in the resolution that it also applies to plants that you put in the soil? Because as I read it, it just applies to potted plants.
I think Kurt had said it applies to both.
Second whereas.
But I'm talking about in the resolution.
Second whereas.
You look at the second whereas. Do you have that paper in front of you?
Whereas the placement of privately owned objects, including plants, potted plants, statuary, and solar lights. So we need plants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Are we ready for this?
I just wanted to make a comment that it is on a 28-day review.
28-day review.
Comment?
Okay.
May I make a comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Director
Thank you very
Torn, I
much.
don't have your hand on my monitor, but you have the floor.
Okay. This 36 square feet is, some units have a larger size, some units have a smaller footprint. Can we make it a 3 feet beyond their footprint? That makes these things much easier for measure. Otherwise, everybody's measuring and using yardsticks. That's going to be difficult. I would suggest that you change that 36 square feet to 3 feet beyond your footprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Okay, where are we on this?
If necessary, I'll move that. If necessary, I will move that.
I don't think we're gonna
Thank
do
you,
that.
Director Torn. You've given the floor back. You don't have the floor. All right, what do we do? We're on D now, right?
No,
Oh,
we
gotta
have to
take a
vote
vote.
on this
We have
one.
to take a vote.
This is C?
Yes.
All right, we're ready for the vote. All right, put the voting screen up. If you're in favor of this, please vote on the screen, or if you're against it, vote on the screen, please.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir? Director Torn, can I have your vote, please?
I can't tell, I can't see.
What'd you say, Paul?
I need Director Torn's vote.
Let's get into the, there you are. Yes, you did now.
Director Torn, can you hear us?
Yes?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I voted no. I
No.
think 36 square feet is just too
Okay.
restricted and difficult. 3 feet would be better.
So we have 5 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstain.
All right, so it passes.
Yep. Yes.
All right, let's move on to item 13D. Director Blackwell, you know, this is usually the job for the secretary, and I appreciate Director Blackwell stepping in to read these things. Director Blackwell, please.
Thanks, deja vu. All right, we're on 13D, which is closely aligned with that one. Here we go. Outside plant watering restrictions. On August 22 of 2022, the United Landscape Committee recognize that the state of California is experiencing record drought conditions, requiring parts of Southern California to reduce exterior irrigation water use. And whereas exterior water sources available to residents in United Mutual are potable water, accessed through hose bibs on the exterior of the units, and whereas the United Landscape Committee determined that members and residents in United Mutual must limit exterior watering of outside plants with potable water from exterior mounted hose bibs using a hose or other methods, now therefore be it resolved that members and residents within United Mutual must limit the exterior watering of outside personal plants using potable water from exterior mounted hose bibs using a hose or other methods to Wednesdays and Sundays only. And no watering of common area plant material is permitted at any time from exterior mounted hose bibs. And resolve further, this resolution shall become in full force and effect on next time if we voted, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. This will be a 28-day notice. I move this resolution.
Okay, the resolution has been moved by Director Blackwell, and we have a second by Director Casey. And now we're open for discussion. Director Lee, we haven't heard from you all day. What do you think?
Oh, I don't think she heard you.
Director Lee, would you like to comment?
No, so the watering is limited to Wednesday and Sundays, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, what happened when you find people that are watering other days other than Wednesday and Sunday? What kind of?
Compliance will deal with them, and they will come before a committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Cash, do you have anything? Okay, Director Blackwell? Oh, I'm sorry, Director Ascari.
Yes, again, this is another of these. I don't know what is really United Board wants to do to make more problem for the compliance and more neighborhood going to the fight by this kind of specifically numbers that you are giving. This is not right. First of all, in this one page, on the top says Wednesday, Sunday, on the bottom says Tuesday, Saturday. That is wrong. So you cannot in one motion decide that this one and this one. Somebody that wrote this one messed up. However, even considering be Wednesday, Sunday, many people make a short trip. Let's imagine the person living on Tuesday and come back in Monday. They have to wait until another 4 or 5 days until they start watering. You can say 2 days in a week, but not specifically Wednesday and specifically Sunday. That doesn't work. And you are making here like a military community that everything should be ordered to people, what they have to do, what they have to put for the garden, what they have to put as a statue, where to have. This is little by little is not really the enjoyable Laguna Wood Village if we are coming bunch of this restriction. I am not talking about myself, don't get wrong again, because I know some people, they put their fiduciary duty before personality attack. Actually, 2 years ago, I asked regulation to come, irrigation to shut down all of things, because I only like suckling, and suckling 1 day a week is enough for me, even is more than enough. So I am not talking about myself, but I am seeing amazing problem that by this kind of previous one and this one create for the neighborhood. Many neighbors, they don't like each other, and then rather than say, I don't like you, they complain about the plants and this stuff. This will create, by saying Wednesday, Sunday only, Well, she's taking trip. Please take a proper action and then put a little bit more thinking. Send this back to the landscape. Let them think about and come up with a new practical idea. That's all I am saying. Thank you.
Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Third has already passed this for Wednesday and Sunday. The benefit of having it Wednesday and Sunday is that we know that the person is watering at the wrong time if it's a Friday or a Tuesday. We don't know otherwise. Anybody can water every day because nobody will see them and be able to say, hey, didn't you water last week? And how will you prove they watered yesterday? And how will we prove this? This enables us to enforce this if we need to, and it does make it definite. And this way, neighbors can call in, hey, Frank waters his thing all night long, and this is not a Tuesday or a Saturday or a Sunday, and so on. So if we make these days, then it is easier to enforce. And third does it also. This will make it village-wide for all the residents, so across the street is the same. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Torn, you have the floor.
I think I was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pat. I didn't see you. You have the floor.
Okay. For once in my life, I agree with Asagari here. This will be just like a military base the way we're carrying on. And I think we should soften up a bit on some of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. Director Torn, you have the floor.
Yes, my wife always bring water to a jug of water, maybe half a gallon. You know, that's what she uses, bottle, to especially sometimes with recycled water from the kitchen. Okay, so does that mean it's okay? It's only with the potable water, so that is definitely, I would assume it's okay. But my question is, that exterior mount hose now therefore being resolved, and there is an exterior mounted hose bib using a hose or other method to Wednesday and Sunday only, Sundays only. Okay. And no watering of common area plant is permitted at any time from exterior mounted hose bibs. Does that mean anything else is okay? It's just you only mentioned from exterior mounted hose. Does that mean people use other ways of watering is okay? Just wanted for clarification.
Thank you.
May I ask?
Director Torn, are you done?
Casey?
Yes, I'm asking a question.
Thank you,
I need an answer. I'm waiting for an answer.
Well, we're discussing the resolution here. It's been up by Director Blackwell, seconded by, so there's no.
It does say from exterior mounted hose bibs. That's pretty specific. You can dump it into, it mentions hose, it mentions hose bibs, outside exterior mounted, potable water from exterior mounted hose bibs using a hose or other methods. If you want to bring it outside from your kitchen sink, or if you want to save a bucket in your shower, that's great. Then you can use that. Don't take it from the hose bibs outside. This is pretty clear. Thank you. Diane?
Thank you, Director Blackwell.
Diane?
Diane Casey, Director Casey.
I mean, one of the reasons why this is coming up is because the El Toro Water District has said that it could come to where they have to monitor our usage, and they could fine us, and so we would have to have that kind of policy to fine people. So this is not just something we drummed up, we're trying to conserve water because we're in a drought, and it is maybe not mandatory yet, but it's coming if we don't change, so we are doing better. We've reduced our watering for the lawns and things like that. So now it's just getting control of other excessive waterings. Because you do hear people saying that there's people out there watering every day, for hours or whatever. That's it.
Thank you, Director Casey. Director Pearl Lee.
I can understand the both sides, because if we have Wednesday and Sunday for watering, it seems like we're putting too much restriction on the residents. But also, on the other hand, how many people always know whether it's Sunday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday? Including myself, I sometimes don't know. But if I watch someone watering, I will know that's a watering day. But sometimes, so I think to me, there's a definite advantage of having a designated days, a Sunday, a Wednesday, or any other designated days, so I will know that I'm doing the right thing. But if you open it up, you can water any day, but twice a week. I don't even know whether I watered the day before. And I will water it again. I think that those things happen. So we take that into consideration. So we consider this not putting a restriction, but to remind them when to water. And I think that would be to our advantage when it comes to water conservation.
Thank you, Director Lee. Anybody else here? Director Torn, you have the floor. Okay, let's move on. He has his hand up. He's probably not there. Paul?
We actually do have one member comment.
Okay.
Okay.
Mary Sinclair.
I could not support this more strongly. We're out of the realm of normal right now. All of California is in a severe drought. We're no exception. I went to the El Toro Water District has a civic group that meets, and I went a couple of weeks ago. And we have a great water district, and they're doing everything they can, but our water's going to dry up. And it's just a matter of time. This is not a drought that's been going on for 4 years. They're calling this a permanent drought. So when we think about these things, we need to be proactive now because it's not actually going to go away. And so I just couldn't support this more. I also guess I have a question about the El Toro Water District publishes required water restrictions. And does the village endorse or align with those existing requirements now?
Siobhan, can you help us out with that? Oh, here we go.
I was going to ask Kurt.
Okay.
Oh, no, she's still.
Do you want to come up? That's my question.
Good afternoon this time. To answer some of the questions or some of the nuances in this, security already gets numerous calls about neighbors overwatering. And as you can imagine, it's not a priority call for them. And by the time they arrive at the location, whatever was going on has ceased, and it's hard for them to enforce. So this gives them a way to enforce that. And what brings this up is the board voted last month to reduce our irrigation water by 15%. So what we're trying to do, partially what we're trying to do, is keep people from making up that 15% by getting their hoses out and watering. This does not restrict people from using watering cans any day of the week. If they have pots out on their patios and they want to water them with water from their sink and carry a can of water out there, that's not against this policy. This policy, hoses use a lot of water, just the fact that they're on and open. And the whole idea of this is to get everything in the community as far as exterior irrigation water goes within that 15% reduction that we've done. And we went with the 2-day plan because that's what is in the governor's executive order for exterior watering. El Toro Water District hasn't gone to that phase yet, but a lot of other Southern California water agencies have, where watering exterior is restricted to 2 days a week. And in conversations with El Toro Water District, when we go to the next phase, my staff will be required to only water exteriorly twice a week, and they're going to assign us 2 days a week. We will have the choice between Tuesday and Saturday or Wednesday and Sunday. Third already has this rule for Tuesdays and Saturdays, and United, should you pass it, will be Wednesdays and Sundays. So that makes it easier for security to follow up on these calls because they know which mutual is on which days. It's just a way to sort of, as Director Lee said, to give people the idea that we're supposed to be reducing our water use.
Okay. Are we ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
We have a motion, a second. Please put up the voting screen, please.
Director Toring, may I have your vote, please?
My vote is not showing. How can I do that? No.
Director Toring, your vote, please. Director Toring, can you hear us?
Absent.
Director Toring?
Yes, I vote for it.
I'm sorry, what's your vote, sir?
I vote for it.
Thank
So
you.
I have diarrhea. I have to run back and forth.
So we have 8 yes and 1 no. The motion passed.
Thank you. Motion passed. Thank you. Let's move on. Here we go now with this number E, item E. Establish a motion to establish an investment ad hoc committee for the purpose of improving investment and revenue generation. Now, again, before we get into this, it says what the purpose of this committee will be. And when they've achieved that purpose, they cease to exist. Sometimes we abuse these ad hoc committee things. So we're on the floor. Can we read that, please?
All right.
Thank you, Director Blackwell.
Investment Ad Hoc Committee Charter. Investment Ad Hoc Committee Charter. Whereas the United Finance Committee has expressed a desire to perform an in-depth review of United Laguna Woods Mutual investment portfolio. Now therefore be it resolved, September 13, 2022, the Board of Directors hereby forms an investment ad hoc committee and assigns the duties and responsibilities as follows. The purpose of the investment ad hoc committee is to conduct an in-depth analysis of investments of the United Laguna Woods Mutual to ensure exceptional service from a professional investment manager and to adhere to the investment policies in the order of 1, safety, 2, liquidity, and 3, yield. Membership. The investment ad hoc committee shall be comprised of 5 members, 1 officer from the board of directors, and 4 at-large members selected by the board of directors to represent the corporation based on their investment or financial expertise. The at-large members will be owners and may or may not currently serve as board members or committee advisors. Duties and responsibilities. The Investment Ad Hoc Committee will be chaired by the Treasurer of the Board and will meet as often as determined necessary to accomplish the objectives. The Investment Ad Hoc Committee will study the history of investment strategies used in the community, understand current investment policies, examine existing service agreements for professional investment services, review current investment portfolios, and evaluate yields. Number 3, the Investment Ad Hoc Committee will research and study ideas of revenue generation and will bring those ideas to the board.
Thank you, Director Blackwell.
Oh, I'm
Did you
sorry,
move it?
I'm sorry, I didn't read the rest. Resolve further that the Investment Ad Hoc Committee shall perform the other duties as may be assigned by the United Finance Committee during this assignment. The Investment Ad Hoc Committee will be automatically disbanded upon the conclusion of duties and responsibilities assigned herein or when directed by the board.
Do we have a motion?
I would like to table it.
Well,
Because
it's not been,
because
there's no motion. so
it does appear
dies.
that.
I would like to pass this motion.
Wait, I mean, it does appear that this committee ceased to exist automatically when a new board is elected. This,
No, an ad hoc committee ends when this job is done.
yeah, but that board might not be in place.
Yeah.
And, so then this temporary board right now is going to set up something.
It's
All right,
gonna-
well, we haven't got a motion yet.
Yes, I'll move the motion.
All right, Director Ascari has moved the motion, seconded by Director Ross. Now we're open for discussion. Director Diane Casey?
Okay, yeah, I would like to make them. All right, so now, one of the reasons why this came up is because in a closed meeting, which became an open meeting, there was a motion to have a financial advisor to look at the reserve funds and also Director Ascari's plan to make loans from the reserves.
Out of order.
Now, wait a
Out of
minute,
order.
Wait a minute. It's
Out
not
of order.
It's
This
not
is
out of
in
order.
closed
This is true.
session.
No, it was. I said,
This
is
never
an
come
open
to the
meeting?
open session.
floor. You're
No,
out
out
of
of
said-
order.
I
She
said,
did
is
not
this an
say
open meeting?
closed
And the
meeting to
attorney
the
said
open
yes.
meeting.
The attorney
The
said it was
plan
an open
never
meeting.
Out of
comes
order.
to the
Out
open
of order.
session.
It did, because you.
Out of
you-
order.
You asked.
Out of order.
$10,000. You asked to have $10,000.
Out of order.
In a
Out of
closed
order.
session, you asked to have
We don't mention
$10,000.
other directors' names in the.
Out of order.
We're here. It's
Okay,
been moved
I'm just
by
saying,
Director Ascari.
this-
It's been seconded by Ross. Now we're in debate.
And the debate is that this was changed from, something that happened in the Finance Committee meeting. Steve Horvath, went out and tried to get 3 financial advisors. And those financial advisors didn't want to work for the $10,000. They did split on their opinion of whether we should hold the investment or sell it. And then a professor that he interviewed said that we should hold. Now they've made this ad hoc setup to promote Director Azari's plan for loans, which
Out of order.
I heard yesterday.
Out of order.
Listen, I heard yesterday from a
Out of
board
order.
member that he promotes this and
Out of
thinks
order.
that if we did do the loans, that we
Out
would
of
get
order.
a letter of credit. Now, a
You'll
letter
have your
of credit.
chance, Director Ascari.
You'd
Now
have
you're
to-
He
out.
cannot talk about the plans that's in closed session.
Not in
Director,
closed session. You're out of order. Finish your.
So
you
anyway,
got-
I think this whole thing is wrong. We have to wait till we have a new board, new officers, and new committees. And that's the way I look at it.
okay.
Thank
Is it
you.
my turn?
Director Ascari?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for listening, and I hope that some people at the home pay attention to these very important things. Our investment is going really, really south and down. And we brought a motion that we're turning from bonds to the T-bill. And as every corner, you don't need me or anybody, just go to any website that you know and please read what's happened to the future of the bonds right now. And that is going down. That's the complaint was, we hear you. We hear the people that comes to the finance committee. They said there is no ad hoc, and you decided and said, sure, we'll make it an ad hoc. We'll start to bring the idea. What some director cannot understand, that ad hoc cannot make decision. Ad hoc just gather information and bring toward the boards. Boards make decision. It doesn't matter what ad hoc says if the board decided not to do. So in that case, what we are doing right now, we are following the desire that 10 people came to the finance committee and asked to make ad hoc committee. And Steve said in the past that United had ad hoc before in 2018 to starting this one. So I went to his office and he brought the pattern and procedure and we decided to follow that procedure. And this is in front of you is the procedure that was in the past and we are just following. And again, one director amazingly, fearlessly, I don't know how get this power to accuse other people using very harsh tone and talk amazing comes to the finance meeting and call other people liar. Well, it's not fair and correct and professionally. We are adult here and we are talking, discussing, and you have a right to say yes, you have a right to say no. So that's all we needed. We don't need to scream. We don't need like this director screaming. We need just to discuss. If you have the power to prove, please discuss rather than scream. Ad hoc is necessary. Well, we did it. We did the same for the landscape. There was no screaming. The ad hoc comes, they goes together and decided which tree should go down, which tree not. So the ad hoc comes in front of the board. Please understand that one. And if you don't want it anyway, the whole board to me is a joke at this point. So you can do whatever you want.
Thank you, Director Ascari.
Blackwell.
Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Okay, look at the membership paragraph, the middle paragraph. Okay, let's see how this committee will be done. An investment ad hoc committee shall be comprised of 5 members. That's 5. 1 officer from the board of directors, and 4 at-large members selected by the board of directors to represent the corporation. An ad hoc committee does not represent the corporation based on their investment and financial expertise, meaning they could all be investment experienced, or some of them could be tax people. Some of them could be loan people. Some of them could be other people. I think we want investment people only, but I may be wrong. The at-large member will be owners and may or may not concurrently serve as board members or committee advisors. Therefore, it could be 5 directors, of whom some have financial expertise and others have investment expertise, but not all have investment expertise. Then we go down to look at number 3, which says they also will study ideas to revenue generation, which is a whole different topic. And maybe that's where you want different kinds of people. Where do you want these people? Can it be 5 directors only of any kind? Or can it be investment people only for the investment company, and then later set them up, or anybody else, for revenue generation? Those are 2 entirely different topics. And this as it stands, could make it all directors. I mean, this needs to be set up a little differently. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Director Ross.
Yes, Andre.
Director
I think
Ross
I've got
has the floor.
So the reason for this is because we looked at our reserves for the next 10 years, and it's a sad situation. Our reserves are not going up anymore. Our reserves are going down, and we have to do something about it. And unfortunately, we presented a proposal that was dismissed by the board to switch our investments and to bills, T-bills, but that wasn't approved. So we decided, let's go back to square one, and let's get some help from the community as an ad hoc committee. And please note that the ad hoc committee, once we get the resumes from the community, from the residents, they have to be approved not only by the ad hoc committee, but it also has to be approved by the board. So we have to run those resumes by the board to make sure that they're in agreement with these particular residents being added to the ad hoc committee. Please understand that we can't do anything without the board's approval. And so the whole idea behind this is to correct the trend, which is a negative trend that we see for the next 10 years for our reserves. We've got to come up with ways as a body to come up with ways of raising our reserves, not decreasing them. And we feel the best way is to set up this ad hoc committee and pull in our experts from our community to help us with this mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ross. I don't see any hands up.
Oh, yes. Pearl.
Oh, Pearl, go ahead. You have it.
Yeah, hi.
Pearl. Please.
I was watching the Finance Committee as well, and I have a problem forming an ad hoc committee for 2 purposes. Number 1, improving the investments. Number 2, revenue generation. To me, those are 2 very important different areas. And I don't feel that the one committee should handle both heavy-duty tasks. I would like to see ad hoc committee for improving investments at this time, because that's what we all seem to be very, very concerned, including myself, because we want to make sure that our reserve balance doesn't go any lower. So instead of having investments, improving investments and revenue generation put together, I want to have one resolution for improving investments at this time. And I have no problem forming an ad hoc committee. I think it's a very good step for us to take. And also, I just wanted to make sure, just because I'm in favor of taking the funds out and do a T-bill, that's the area that I want to really emphasize. I'm sure that there are 10 people that were in favor of that, but there are also 10 other people that are not in favor of that directions. So we, as a board, we need to be very careful to be objective without our own personal bias, and really look for the ways of improving investments for our corporation that would benefit all of us.
Okay, Director Cash-Akrakar.
We, I believe, do not have the authority to invest in speculation. what this topic is going to, is going for speculation, not necessarily. Nobody in the committee can use everybody's funds in speculation. So I'm against doing this.
Thank you, Director Kash Akwakar. Director Andre Torn.
Yes, I think this investment ad hoc committee is just like the landscape tree committee. Okay, when you have a major issue, rather than just the committee make decision, they start opening it up to the residents and get more expert involved and more people involved to convince the residents that members that these are our members' suggestion recommendations, not just board recommendations. Okay, not just staff's recommendations. So I think ad hoc committee is adequate. You know, just like I said, it's just like a landscape ad hoc committee when you have problems and unresolved. Okay. Second is we are getting into too much speculation at this point. The speculation of this is for what purpose, for some purpose, special purpose. This is not for the best benefit of the members. I don't see anything specific stated in there. Okay. What I'm looking for is recommend the investment policy, which is should be coincide with David Sterling rule. Okay. It's just that simple. Make sure that everybody understands that we have something already established there. We just expand on that and further clarify that. So we need somebody to come up with the ad hoc committee to get everybody to understand where we come from. Okay, seems like we are all lost about David Stern rules at this point. So let's just let the ad hoc committee do the job, come up with a recommendation, and then let's criticize it. Please not let criticize it before they show anything. Okay, keep an open mind. That's what board members need to do, and we need to listen to them and hear what they do, and then we decide whether it's adequate or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Director.
Richard Rader.
No, we'll go to board directors first. Director Blackwell.
I move to amend this motion in the membership paragraph. The Investment Ad Hoc Committee shall be comprised of 5 members, 1 director, and 4 at-large members selected by the Board of Directors based on their investment expertise. Cross the whole last line off. The at-large members may or may not currently serve as board members. Well, that makes them all board members. How many board members do you want on this? Do you want representatives? Are any board members investment expertise? How long have you worked in investments? This is what we're looking for from the ad hoc committee. So that's what we should ask for, based on their investment, not their financial expertise. Financial expertise, Elsie could sit on that. She's great with finance, but she's a tax person. So you want a person with investment, not just general financial expertise. So I move that we have Investment Ad Hoc Committee should be comprised of 5 members, 1 director, and 4 at-large members selected by the Board of Directors based on their investment expertise, period.
All right, Director Blackwell has made a motion to amend.
Now, I know, she had one first.
Oh.
Pearl had an amendment.
Pearl?
Well, I would like to make an amendment
So there is no second. Is there a second for mine?
She had one first.
Well,
You didn't mention it.
I didn't hear her read it.
Yeah.
No, but
Oh, yeah, yes. I mentioned earlier that I would like to see the motion says to establish as an investment ad hoc committee for improving investments.
Right,
That's
council number 3.
Yes, and save the second part for later, because that is also very important.
I'll
But then
second that
instead of
motion.
having two different tasks, I wanted to limit to improving investments.
All right, so Director Lee, could you please restate that motion so we can get it in the archives?
My motion is to establish an investment ad hoc committee for improving investments.
I second that.
All right, it's been a motion by Director Pearl Lee. and a
Okay,
motion-
now second, can I say one sentence?
Wait a minute, Director Lee has seconded. Now it's time
Yeah,
for
seconded,
debate.
yes.
Director Ascari.
Are you saying, just for make sure that I understand, so we are improving our investment for not generating money?
For me, those are two separate issues.
Well, any investment, let me explain. When we are talking about, actually, this is in the belly of the other one. We want to improve investment for one purpose, to generate money.
No, that's
And it's not true, so invest money for losing money? So you can write down on the top, let's make ad hoc committee to improve investment to lose our money, which is what we are doing right now, actually. What is we are doing. So in that case, generating money is what improving investment. I mean, improving investment is a big, large number. Could go to the T-bill, could go to T-bond, could go to anything that legally they let us to do, legally. So in that case, and all of those, beneath of all of those, we want to generate money. That's the whole purpose. I don't know how you can separate these two together from that. Have you ever, I am sure you have portfolio, do you go somewhere and said, make sure my investment doesn't generate money, but make investment for me? Are you saying that? I'm trying to understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I know.
Again, the problem that, as I said, and I'm saying loud, that this board is become a joke because they put a fiduciary duty before the attacking person that says something, before thinking and doing things. Any investment, the whole investment is generate money. That's why we are going for investment. And you are saying, no, I'm going to take the generate money out, and I want an investor to not to generate money. That doesn't make sense at all. That doesn't make sense. Well, isn't that? It is there. Okay, thank you. It is a joke.
Director
It is a
Ascari.
joke.
Director Lee.
Well, I like to clarify. I understand where you're coming from. But for me, revenue generation does not only include we generate revenue from the investment. There are other ways that we can generate income. So that's what I wanted to separate it from. We just wanted to concentrate on improving our investment for generating revenues. But there are other ways that we have discussed that we can generate income. So what I'm trying to say is if we get the investment experts, let them concentrate on investment. That's all I'm saying. It's not that I'm against, I'm not saying that let's generate money to lose. You know, we want to protect our investment and we want to generate income. But that income at this point is only from our investment. But revenue generation can include a lot of different things. So I don't want to complicate this motion. I just wanted to have a clear motion to improve our investment and the revenue from the investment only. I don't want to open our doors by saying just merely generating revenue because as we have discussed, and you know what we're talking about, that there are other ways of generating income. And at this time, I want to exclude that.
Those are
Did I make myself clear?
I second that
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
Well, we already seconded
Was
it.
it a second, and we're in the debate process now. Let's hear from our or Dick Rader. Mr. Rader, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have no problem with setting up ad hoc committees, but I think that you need to look at the resolution that is before you, and nowhere in the resolution does it say anything about revenue generation.
It's that.
To clarify what Pearl was, I think, saying was the following. She has no problem with coming up, I don't think, with new ideas for revenue generation, but revenue could be selling raffle tickets. It could be selling T-shirts, and that's not an investment. And that's the point that I think needs to be clarified. So if you're going to include revenue generation, you have to rewrite this resolution because it's not in the resolution. One. Two,
Last line.
maybe
Number 3.
last line, where does it say it? What does it say?
Says the Investment Ad Hoc Committee will research and study ideas of revenue generation. And we'll bring those.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, I emphasized the point that I was making, that I agree with Pearl, it's separate. Because as I said, and I gave you examples, those examples are not investments. So I would recommend what Pearl was, I think, saying, that there should be a separate resolution and maybe a separate committee. No problem. But one other point I would like to make. One thing that is apparent to me, and I make this to the persons that will be on that ad hoc committee. The VMS staff went out to financial advisors and sought their opinions. But from what I heard, many of them, if not all, I'm not sure, said they really would not take on and give us any advice because they wanted to take over our portfolios. They wanted to be our investment advisors. What that says to me is we didn't go, perhaps, to the right financial advisors. To me, the right financial advisors, there are advisors who will not take over your portfolio. They will, for a fee, review your investment strategy for a fee. But I would be very cautious about which financial advisor should you take this road, this tact, because what you want to find is those that will do it for a fee, but most importantly, have experience with investments that are for HOAs and for cities, because that's what you want. You don't want a financial advisor, even for a fee, whose primary task is to look at individual accounts. That's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. Director Ross.
Thank you. I have mixed feelings about this and eliminating the chance to revenue generate. I think it's important. However, I think it's more important for us to pass an ad hoc committee to increase our investments. And if it takes making these small tweaks on this resolution, then to pass it, then I'm all for it. To bring our board to a compromise situation, I would vote yes to make those changes and move forward. Because I think we need to get this ad hoc committee going.
Thank you, Director Ross.
We have 3 member comments.
All right, well, let me take the directors first. So what we're doing now, just to refresh the memory, we're working on an amendment proposed by Director Lay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Paul, who's next?
First, we have Director Robledo.
Yeah, I'm not speaking as a director. I'm speaking as a member. I'm at 280p. And actually, I'm heartened by the apparent give and take and compromise, and I support the idea. I support Director Ross, Director Kate. All of you are adding to it. I think it's going to be a good product. I'm hopeful. But I'd like to offer this. I guess I really support what the board did today, the business plan, the comments about reserves, about being prudent, and it looks like we've looked at cost cutting, and we've looked at we're increasing assessments, so the members are paying more. But now we have an opportunity with rising interest rates to get more money out of this $14 million. And I think some misstatements were made. I heard the word stocks. I don't believe our investment policy allows stocks, so that's not correct. Getting advice from the audience is in my opinion, isn't a good thing. I'm not an investment advisor, but it seems like within our community we do have them who could serve well on the committee and come up with some ideas. Some ideas may be that you take your lumps, so it's distasteful to take your lumps, but now you can invest, because as I understand it, the bonds are invested around 1%, which probably was okay based on 10, 20 years of low interest rate, but now we're going to a high interest rate environment. You have some opportunities to do the T-bills. I know agencies, like you can invest in Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. I'm not an advisor, but there are other things you can do aside from just hunker down and take your lumps, because as Director Ross pointed out, it's going from 14 million down to 9.5 million within 10 years. And you can make that up with interest rate, because it seems like that's today, it sounds like it's going up a point, and the only way to curb the inflation is you get the interest rates above the inflation rate, and that's how you stop inflation, and that's what happened under Carter, Reagan. They kind of turned it around. So it seems like a good bet that interest rates are going up, and you take advantage of it. Anyway, those are my comments. Oh, it's like a bathtub, too. A bathtub or swimming pool analogy. So we kind of addressed the drain, the money going out. Now we need more money going in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready for
Paul?
Next speaker is Kathy Schill.
All right, well, I'll try to keep it brief. I know it's getting to be a long meeting. This particular item really flagged my interest, especially in relationship to the revenue generating portion. I have no objection to an ad hoc committee to improve investments, to always, be on top of what we're doing with our money. But when I heard about the idea of taking money out of our reserves, lending them to future buyers, I am totally against that. But more to the point, I think you're going to have to be very careful with some of these ideas that come forward. On this board alone, we have 2 real estate agents who would benefit from that. We have people who own multiple units, including a couple that own 2 co-ops who legally or illegally have found a way around that. Conflict of interest will be a very big issue here. And I'm for thinking outside the box. I'm for staying on top of what's happening in the marketplace. That is your job. I'm also, as everyone else, no one wants to pay more fees. But the reality is we are going to pay more fees. So for the individuals that are going on Nextdoor and other places and stirring up saying, I've got the answer, I'll keep your fees down, vote for me, and some of the other slimy campaign approaches we're seeing, I object to that a lot. But anyway, the membership is going to demand full disclosure about who is on this revenue generating committee, how will they benefit. That's got to be transparent for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shall we vote on it, Anthony?
Next speaker is Juanita Skillman.
Oh.
Juanita, you have the floor.
Thank you. 2154N. I agree with both of the amendments. I think they both cover about the same thing. First of all, if you look back and read the staff report, you'll see that the last ad hoc committee in 2018 was a joint committee. It was not a united committee. It was a joint committee of United, Third, and GRF. And I think it's very important we remember the investment principles they laid out in both the staff report and the resolution are number 1, safety, number 2, liquidity, and yield is number 3. A lot of what's been going on here, they're talking about in yield, what can we get back, what can we make as being the primary objective of our investments. And that's, I don't think, any way this community has ever looked at it. The safety of the committee of the investments is very important. I agree that number 3, an investment, and it's titled Investment Ad Hoc Committee, should not study ideas of revenue generation. That is not investment. And I also disagree with the first resolved further on the second page that that other duties assigned by the United Finance Committee, that takes it away from an ad hoc committee. An ad hoc committee has one duty, one responsibility. And if it can be changed by the Finance Committee at any time, it can go on and on and on about many different things. So if we're going to have an ad hoc investment committee, that's what it should be kept to. We need to have just one responsibility. I'm not sure that I agree at all with the makeup of the membership. I agree that it should be one director, not one officer of the board. And the 4 at-large members should be owners and not other directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
No further member comments.
Oh, Diane? Diane?
Diane?
Yeah, I do like the part in there that the at-large members will be selected by the board of directors.
Director Casey, can you turn on your microphone? Thank you.
I do like that it says the at-large members selected by the board of directors. So it's this isn't stuck in finance, but it's now the board that picks these people. Thank you.
Are we talking about Director Lee's amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, let's vote on that. Let's vote on that, Anthony.
Are we ready for the vote on the amendment?
Yes.
All right, can you put the voting screen up, please?
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir?
You're asking me? Sorry, I didn't hear clearly.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have Maggie's amendment too.
Now my amendment, when we count.
So the motion passed for the amended, I'm sorry, amended motion was 8 yes.
What was the vote, please?
8 yes and 0 no and 1 abstain.
Okay, so that's the vote. So that's the amendment to the original resolution, am I correct?
Right?
But Maggie
So
has a second amendment.
can we read the resolution as amended?
Well, I had another amendment before that. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can actually only amend it once.
Okay, well, I amended it, and then she spoke louder, and everybody discussed that, so now I'm raising mine again. The Investment Ad Hoc Committee shall be comprised of 5 members, a director, and the 4 at large. I agree with that. We must strike the next one, may or may not currently serve as board members or committee advisors was my idea, so that we don't have 4 or 5 directors on there. We want the expertise of financial expertise of our members. And also that we strike number 3 under duties of responsibilities to be sure that this is a specifically ordered ad hoc. A second?
I second.
Amendment proposed by by Director Black, seconded
So
by Director Casey.
what is that? You wanted one
Goes
and
that
four
now,
member?
We're going to go for debate now. We want to debate that. Who wants the floor?
So, Mr. President, can you just, if one of the staff read the motion, what is that?
You want to hear it again?
No, not from you, because you are talking so confusing.
You can read it, please.
I have a committee for the purpose
No.
of, yeah, that was this, but you change it.
I did, that is my
So
motion.
I on the minutes, I labeled that you made an amendment, and I unfortunately was not able to catch the
Oh, okay,
full
I'll read it
amendment.
again then.
Thank you.
The Investment Ad Hoc Committee shall be comprised of 5 members, 1 director, and 4 at-large members selected by the Board of Directors with investment expertise. And strike the last sentence, and strike number 3. And that's been seconded.
All right, any debate on this?
So you mean if struck, you said will be owners, so they cannot be owner?
No, they
I mean-
can't be board members. We can't fill it up with board members.
So you want ad hoc committee be for one members?
1 director and 4 members.
Members.
With investment expertise.
Yes. And is exactly what it is. What did you change?
No.
And chosen by the Board of Directors.
Yes.
Yeah, right,
It is,
right.
It is said. All of this is said. It is not amended.
No, it's officer, and it's not an officer. It doesn't have to be an officer.
Right. And they do not represent the corporation either.
This is mimicking what we had it in the past, and Steve made this one. I didn't make it. Just clear that some people that put again fiduciary duty before the person. Steve Holmes made this one
Well, so, could be changed.
in following with the previous that they have it. This board is a joke, residents.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Do you have any further debate or discussion on this? All right, can we have the voting screen, please?
May I speak?
Director Torn, I didn't see your hand.
Yeah, that's what I remind you. That's okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have this another resolution that people say just approve it and make final decision after 28 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? Just approve it and let's
No,
make a decision after we heard from the ad hoc committee. Why are we so tough on this committee? Okay. And as far as they have to have investment experience, I like it, but sometimes we just can't get enough people to volunteer. It's just like we don't have any qualification for the board members. That's why a lot of board members on the board, they really don't know how to make decisions. So we have to just let them come in. Otherwise, we don't know how to do it. Okay. It's just the way this organization runs, whether they have experience or not. Okay, so my interaction is unstable. Whether they have experience or not, we don't want to set a limitation on that and end up we have less people. What we also want to do is, please, sometimes we have to listen to people outside the investment group. Okay, investment group, they have a special talent.
I take it you're finished, is that correct?
Listen,
That's
all right? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Director Torn. Are we ready for the vote on this?
Yes.
Director Ross?
After we, just procedurally, after we vote on this amendment, then we'll vote on the original amendment as amended?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
And is this take 28 days as well? Okay. Is this takes, because it didn't write on 28 days.
President Liberatore, if I may.
Where is the 28 days here?
So my understanding is this will not go on 28 days. So if this is approved, so procedurally, my understanding, or at least my intent, based upon previous ad hoc committees, is that we would go ahead, we being staff, would send out a communication to the community recruiting for this, to fill this position. So, and again, based upon previous ad hoc committees, we would get the resumes. They would be brought to the finance committee, and the finance committee would make selections from those resumes, bring it to the board as a recommendation. The recommendation would be approved or declined by the board. Is that the direction that we're looking for?
Well, you don't have the floor. Wait. Steve, are you done?
Thank you. Yes.
Director Casey?
Say, according to the motion, that they select the position, not the finance committee.
So do we need to reread the motion? So we know what we're doing?
It says.
Well, is it
Selected
in
by
the,
the board.
Steve, I have a question because you know it. Could you please explain what's happened in the landscape? Who pick up those people in the landscape ad hoc?
Sure. I didn't participate in that meeting. However, my understanding is the committee was the ones who identified the individuals based upon the applicants, and then once again, they brought forward the recommendation to the board. And at the end of the day, the board is selecting it based upon with their approval. Well, forgive me. Via the committee is bringing the recommendation.
Committee introduced
board is
after
approving.
election.
Correct.
We did
Can you
it.
finish, please? Stop interrupting. Go ahead, Steve.
So, but correct. The committee will bring forth a recommendation, and the board would approve that recommendation or
Yes.
choose others.
Yes.
And from what I remember, that Catherine got all the applications, the resumes, did all the work, and then just presented the people that were going to be on it. And so we could look at that and just say, you know, we accepted it. You know?
We accepted those people
Yeah.
At the committee level or at the board level?
at the committee level and the board level.
And
But
We
it wasn't
accepted
really
those.
A
us.
committee can,
that
a
chose.
committee can establish a subcommittee, like an ad hoc committee, and then they can do it. The committee can do it.
So that's we are following exactly the same rule.
the
It
committee.
comes to the finance committee and then present to the board.
No, it's the
So
committee.
it's not going to be vice versa. It's going to go to the finance committee. It's following exactly, and then we bring it to the board. If board turn it down, like now, it depends if the board is joke or not. If it is not and a real adult, then we can vote it properly. So in that case, they can take it down or not. It's the same procedure.
Siobhan?
Typically, a committee.
Are you running the meeting now or me?
Yes, you're watching your phone. Siobhan?
Well,
I'm
I'll direct
sorry.
the meeting. I didn't
All
call on
right.
Siobhan.
I pointed.
I don't call on Siobhan.
I pointed at her. You are not able to see, Anthony.
I'm
That's
still
Siobhan.
controlling the meeting.
All right,
So be
control-
quiet.
control the
You're out of
meeting.
order.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. We got this this motion on the floor now. We still want to debate this or what?
Shiban wants to talk.
Siobhan?
May I have a comment?
I was simply going to say, typically, a committee makes an advisory recommendation to the board. The board has the authorization to approve or not to approve.
Yes.
No? Okay,
Director Torn.
that's good.
Yes, I could be wrong, but if I hear correctly, the landscape committee is recommended by VMS. It didn't go through the committee. Landscape committee, the ad hoc committee didn't go through the committee for approval, then to the board. I think it is kind of irresponsible that landscape committee said, you just make it, we don't want to see it, and bring it to the board. It is landscape committee's responsibility to make recommendation, not VMS responsibility. So I'm expecting the same thing happening to the finance committee, that VMS will collect it and make recommendations for the finance investment ad hoc committee to review, and then they make the final decision, not VMS make the final recommendation. Okay, it's the finance committee that makes the recommendation to the board. Okay, we need to take accountability of what the ad hoc committee does. We don't just say, VMS, you take responsibility of ad hoc committee. Okay, I'm totally confused on that. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, somebody please explain to me who made the recommendation to the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
We had the voting screen, please.
For the amendment?
Can they read the vote,
amendment,
please?
for
Because
the amendment
This is the
first.
amendment.
All right, yeah, the amendment.
Okay.
That's next up.
Mr. President, because it's so long we talk, can you read the motion again so we
We
know
have the
we are
motion
voting?
reread.
Can Director Blackwell please reread it?
Certainly.
Thank you.
The Investment Ad Hoc Committee shall be comprised of 5 members, 1 director, and 4 at-large members selected by the Board of Directors based on their investment expertise.
Okay, that's back again, selected by the board. This is not what Siobhan said.
Do you understand it? She just read it. You understand it?
Yeah,
Okay.
But-
Voting screen's up.
but it's not what Siobhan said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but it is not what Siobhan said.
I gave a typical example. I did not create the motion. The motion is on the floor.
Right. Vote, please.
Director Torn, can I have your vote, please, sir?
How I voted no.
Thank you. Director Asghari and Director English, may we have your vote, please?
This is not something that.
I did vote already, but this is the wrong screen.
You did it.
The amended motion passed.
Amendment passed. Now we're back to the original resolution, motion.
As amended.
Yep. That's what I mean. Can we have that reread, please?
Oh, that's the whole resolution. I move that we vote on the whole resolution with the exception.
But we need it
We're-
reread first,
we're-
as amended.
Okay, the United Finance Committee has expressed a desire to, all right, now therefore be it resolved. The Board of Directors here forms an investment ad hoc committee and assigns the duties and responsibilities as follows. The purpose of the investment ad hoc committee is to conduct an in-depth analysis of investments of the United Laguna Woods Mutual to ensure exceptional service from a professional investment manager and to adhere to the investment policies, principles in the order of safety, liquidity, and yield. The investment ad hoc committee shall be comprised of 5 members, 1 director, and 4 members at large selected by the Board of Directors based on their investment expertise. The investment ad hoc committee will be chaired by the treasurer of the board and will meet as often as determined necessary to accomplish the objectives. The investment ad hoc committee will study the history of investment strategies used in the community, understand our current investment policies, examine existing service agreements for professional investment services, review current investment portfolios, and evaluate yields.
Okay? Everybody heard that? Everybody understands? Let's get the voting screen up here.
Director Torn, can we have your vote, please, sir?
I vote for it.
Thank you. The motion passed 9-0.
Thank you. Motion passes. Moving on to, before director's comments, I'm going to take the lead on this because I want to acknowledge Director English. I worked with her from 2013 to 2015. She guided us through the PCM thing into VMS. She was also part of a group of people who found out that GRF was negotiating a $10 million loan without going through. So I'm going to ask give the floor to Director English. Director English, you have the floor.
I'm delighted to see you all here, and it's so good for me to see you all, and you all seem pretty happy, and hopefully we'll get this difficulty sorted out. And you've just been a wonderful help, and I hope I see you somewhere else. Maybe I'll see you up in the sky or somewhere. But I love you all, and thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. So we're on item 14 now, director's comments. Director Carr, we'll go around the table.
What? Oh, for the
Director's comments.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, sure. I would like actually, this is the last session of 2 board members that will not applying to run for board next year. Director Andre Torg, which his exceptional expertise in his past career caused United and GRF start a strategy plan. He was pioneer to talk about the strategy plan as a necessary committee for the future of Laguna Wood. Also continuously asked for SOP and KPI, which resolved last year board revise of SOP for directors' duties, and different departments have started to create SOPs. His name will be attached to SOPs forever here in the United. Neda, the next one is Neda Ardani, was dedicating her time as Secretary of United, always was attended, although it is the first time that she is not here due to her trip out of state. I would like to thank them for all volunteer times to spend to make our community going forward. Thanks for both of them. And if you don't vote yet, please call 1-866-466-6455. I repeat, 1-866-466-6455 to replace your ballot. As you see, board members, we decide on behalf of you how to your money to be spent. So sending people with good faith to the board is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
Thank you. I felt it was finally at last a productive meeting. We actually did amendments and discussed things. There was a myriad of 20-minute discussions by directors, but that will lessen as time goes by. So I'm happy we finished this agenda. I'm looking forward to lunch. Thank you.
Director Casey.
Good meeting.
Director Ross.
Yeah, I think that we ended on kind of a high note in that we passed unanimously the ability to seek out how we're going to improve our investments, because that's the most important thing we need to do to increase our reserves. And I'm glad that our board was able to come together on that. And so I wanted to thank every member who voted yes on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ross. Director Cash-Aquicar.
Well, I'm glad we are still united. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Pearlie.
Well, first of all, I'm really happy that Pat English is here with us this morning. She did not participate last 2 months board meeting due to her health conditions. That we hope that it was great that you came to see us. Another issue that I feel very strongly: please stop negative campaigning. We have no room for negative campaigning in this village. And I take this board positions very seriously, and I'm sure that all the members are here, and they put lots of effort and lots of time, and there's no room for negative spirit. We need to really build and looking forward to go forward, and I'm looking forward to work with the new members. And if you haven't voted, please vote. We need a strong, positive people here. Thank you.
Okay, Director Torn.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the nice compliment from Zara Scary. Okay, I just want to say my senior management experience has always been about strategic plan to support a strategic goal set out by the board and implementing best practice, because those are the proven way to do a better job and cutting costs. Okay. I have my revenue generating is not really my goal. Okay, so because the revenue generating, as far as I'm concerned, in my experience as senior managers, is to provide better services to the department and our customers. That's the goal of revenue generating. I don't think that those roles are for the marketing and the sales department. Okay, not really to IT department. So I don't. I see a lot of people focusing on the revenue generating, and I just wonder how much revenue generating experience they have in their past career. Okay, I don't see anybody says I did this one in the past in my career, so that's what I'm just suggesting. I don't hear anything. Seems like it's all out of blue. Okay, and I hope the board will continue these in the future, focusing on strategic plan, which is strategic goals given to the VMS. And then implementing best practice. If you know anything at best practice in your career, that you have to do it this way, because that will be the way to be more efficient and effective. And the cost cutting, that's what we need to do. Okay. That will, I believe, if we go through that, we will generate a lot more revenues than what we can, what we can do with it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Dorn. Now for the directors here, we're overstaying our welcome here. There's another meeting scheduled here at 2:45. So I'd like to hear a motion to suspend the reading of the director's comments for the committees.
I make that motion.
I second.
Suspend it.
All right, motion and seconded, motion by Diane Casey, Director Casey, and seconded by English to suspend the part of the reading of the commission reports. So we now stand in recess, and we will meet in closed session at 2 o'clock in the Willow Room. Thank you.